Chapter 1062. Heaven and Earth Rainbow Light. Sai Han-hai, who was dressed in a black robe and sitting on the blood lotus, could not help but frown. Although he was the imperial emperor of the 5 directions, he was also the lord of the demon race. Therefore, Sai Han-hai did not stay in the heavenly court to cultivate all the time. Normally, he would stay in the demon race. Now, when the heaven and earth rainbow light appeared, the demon emperor sensed that something was wrong. Normally, there would not be a heaven and earth rainbow light covering heavenly abyss. However, once such a phenomenon appeared, it usually meant that something was unusual. All of a sudden, Sai Han-hai's heart skipped a beat. He looked in a certain direction in the void and seemed to have sensed something. He could not help but leave the blood lotus and enter the void. When he left, in the void, there was also a vast blood cloud sweeping over. As soon as he appeared in the void, Sai Han-hai saw the terrifying blood cloud. However, he was not afraid. Instead, his expression turned cold. "Who dares to behave atrociously in the demon race?" He shouted a warning. It was useless. Seeing this, Sai Han-hai's expression was even colder. He asked, but the other party ignored him. It was undoubtedly not giving him face. As the dignified demon emperor and the heavenly court's imperial lord Shiling face. It was also very important. Therefore, Sai Han-hai no longer held back and directly attacked. He struck out with his palm. His immortal essence erupted, and the terrifying palm strike struck the blood cloud. The expected blood cloud did not appear. When the palm strike touched the blood cloud, it seemed to have been swallowed by something. There was no sound at all. Such an unforeseen event, it made Sai Han-hai's expression change drastically. He knew very well how powerful his palm strike was. Even Emperor Zhao of the human clan would not have been able to devour this palm without making a sound. Unless, the person who came was stronger than an upper 3 true immortal. However, in the great wide world, there were only a few experts who surpassed the upper 3 true immortals. None of them matched the blood cloud in front of him. Standing on the spot, Sai Han-hai's mind was spinning wildly. He thought of the heaven and earth phenomenon in front of him, but that heaven and earth phenomenon was purple, which was very different from the blood cloud. At this moment, the blood cloud was approaching. Sai Han-hai was just about to retreat when he saw the blood cloud dissipate. A middle-aged man in black clothes slowly appeared. "Oh, you're the current demon emperor?" Looking at the person in front of him, Rahu seemed somewhat disappointed. Weak. Too weak. As an emperor of the demon race, not only was he not a Dao fruit, but he was actually not even an upper 3 true immortal. He was merely a middle 3 true immortal. Compared to the demon emperors of the other epochs, he was far inferior. However, he then thought about how long it had taken for the other party to attain the Dao. Only then did Luo who feel slightly more satisfied. The middle 3 true immortals were weak. However, to be able to reach this step in a few decades, that was not simple at all. He looked at Sai Han-hai as if he was looking at a promising talent. On the other side. However, Luo whose gaze made Sai Han-hai feel uncomfortable all over. "Your Excellency is, I am Fiend Ancestor Rahu." Luo who smiled proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he wanted the other party to kowtow to him. Demon Ancestor Rahu. Sai Han-hai's expression changed. Of course, he knew who the demon ancestor was. The demon abyss was formed by demon ancestor Rahu's physical body, and the other party was a Dao fruit powerhouse. However, what he did not expect was that the demon ancestor, who was supposed to be in the outer realm, actually appeared in the Great Thousand World at this time and attacked the demon race. For a moment, Sai Han-hai felt a great deal of pressure. While looking at Luo who, he was already thinking of a way out. "Don't worry, I have no intention of attacking the demon race. Now that I have reached an agreement with the Qin Emperor, Heavenly Abyss will be my Dao field in the future. All creatures in Heavenly Abyss are qualified to obtain my great Dao. I see that your talent is not bad. If you have any ideas, you can also come to the demon abyss." He smiled faintly. Then, Luo who disappeared into the void. Although Sai Han-hai's talent was not bad, he did not forcibly take him to the demon abyss because it was not necessary. The so-called talent. It was not worth mentioning in front of a Tao fruit. Because to be able to become a Tao fruit existence, talent was not enough. In the world, there were many people with talent. Even the so-called geniuses that appeared once in 10,000 years or even once in a million years were innumerable in the long history of the world. However, with so many geniuses, how many of them could achieve Tao fruit? Although Luo, who felt that Sai Hanhai's talent was not bad, he did not think that the other party would definitely be able to reach Tao fruit. If he could not, then in front of a Tao fruit, he would always be just an ant. Moreover, as long as he set up a Tao field in Heavenly Abyss, the Demon Emperor might not be able to resist. After all, a Tao fruit imparting the great Tao was not an opportunity that could be found everywhere. Of course, there was another important reason why Luo who did not take action. That was Sai Hanhai was a member of the Heavenly Court. If he took action, he would be going against the Heavenly Court. He was not afraid of the Heavenly Court. But he was wary of the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian. The strength that the other party had displayed was comparable to Hong Jun at his peak. That kind of powerhouse. If it was not necessary, it was better not to provoke the other party. It was already a good thing that he could get Heavenly Abyss as a Tao field. If he offended the other party, he might be immediately expelled. If that happened, it would be really awkward. Thinking of the loneliness of the outer realm, Luo who shook his head. There was nothing to eat and nothing to drink. If he went to the outer realm, he would be looking for trouble. He entered Heavenly Abyss. Luo who immediately sensed the killing aura around him, as well as all kinds of negative auras, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. This place should be my Tao field. The extreme of the Western state. This place can absorb the killing aura between heaven and earth. Although it's not as good as my Tao field in the first era, it's still not bad. He had achieved Tao through the demon Tao. That was why he called himself the demon ancestor. It could be said that the demonic Tao of the first era had been established by him. It was also because of this that Luo who was very satisfied with the environment in Heavenly Abyss. When he reached the bottom of Heavenly Abyss, he looked at the remaining aura below and his eyes flickered. What rich nomological power! No, there's also the power of the Heavenly Tao. It seems that this place is not simple. Although Luo who did not know the origin of Heavenly Abyss, he could understand that it was definitely the Tao field of a powerhouse. Of course, the word expert was a relative term. The demon ancestor only needed to sense a little to know that the last cultivator who stayed in Heavenly Abyss was definitely not at the Tao fruit level. Otherwise, the remaining Tao runes in Heavenly Abyss were not as simple as what was before him. Chapter 1063. With a wave of his hand, the wreckage and rocks in the surroundings were instantly reduced to ashes. Then, Luo whose thoughts merged with the void, and a large hall was directly condensed by him. The hall landed. It stopped at the original position of yin creeping. That was the center of Heaven Abyss, and also the place with the strongest negative emotions. After the hall landed, Luo who waved his hand again, and a large pit appeared on the ground of Heaven Abyss. The next moment, as his thoughts fell, countless Tao patterns appeared from the void, and one by one, they were embedded in the pit. When the Tao patterns landed, the negative emotions drifting in Heaven Abyss immediately received a strong pull, converging towards the large pit frenziedly. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The strong negative emotions combined with the killing power condensed to the extreme, and immediately, black water droplets fell. Not long after, more and more water droplets gathered, and then they gathered into a black pool of water. Looking at the pool in front of him, Luo who first put the god-slaying spear in it. When this carnate cardinal treasure that was about to transform fell into the pool, it began to crazily absorb power for itself. In the sky above Heaven Abyss, there was an invisible storm gathering. The negative energy that was slowly moving toward Heaven Abyss began to speed up at this moment. Rumble. The pool water rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, Luo who threw some black seeds in it again. Not long after, the seeds took root and sprouted in the pool water, and buds formed one by one, and it was about to bloom. The remaining carnate black lotus seeds from last time came in handy, but I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to grow them to the level of a carnate spirit treasure again. Looking at the black lotus that was about to bloom, Luo who shook his head slightly. Carnate black lotus. It was a cardinal treasure of the first era. Although it wasn't a carnate cardinal treasure at its peak, it had reached the level of a supreme-grade carnate spirit treasure. Moreover, if carefully cultivated, it had the possibility of growing into a carnate cardinal treasure. But it was too difficult to cultivate the carnate black lotus. Except for the first carnate black lotus in the world that was born naturally and reached the level of a supreme-grade carnate spirit treasure, the other artificially cultivated black lotuses stopped at the level of a superior-grade carnate spirit treasure at most. However, Luo who didn't expect that the carnate black lotus in the pool water could really grow to the level of a supreme grade or even a cardinal treasure. Since the carnate black lotus seeds, he might as well cultivate them. No matter what. It was better than wasting it on him. The lotus pond has been completed, and the main hall has been built. The only thing missing is the disciples. That was what Luo Xie thought. If it was in the past, he would have directly manifested a great divine ability, and naturally, he would be able to attract an endless number of disciples. After all, the Tao Fruits Tao lecture was an opportunity that was hard to come by even in billions of years. It was a pity. According to his agreement with Qin Shujian, only Heaven Abyss was his dojo, and he could not interfere with matters outside the dojo. But it doesn't matter. If I manifest my divine ability in Heaven Abyss, I can also let the outside world see it. As long as I don't intentionally leak my power, there won't be a problem. Luo who thought for a moment and came up with a plan. On the other side, when Luo who left, Sai Hanhai immediately went to the heavenly court. There was no other way. Heaven Abyss became the fiend ancestors' Bodhidharma inexplicably. This was a tremendous threat to the fiend race. If it wasn't handled well, it might even cause a huge problem for the demons. When he arrived at the heavenly court, Qin Shujian was already sitting in the heavenly palace. Your subject greets the Emperor of Heaven. Emperor Shi Ling suddenly came to find me. What is the matter? Not long ago, the fiend ancestor Luo who entered Heaven Abyss. I wonder if this was arranged by the Emperor of Heaven? Sai Hanhai asked respectfully. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded. That's right. Heaven Abyss belongs to the fiend ancestor. It was indeed arranged by me. The fiend ancestor is a Tao fruit level powerhouse after all. It's not easy to suppress and kill him. We can only temporarily suppress him. Heaven Abyss is not of much use to the heavenly court, so it's fine to give it to the fiend ancestor. Then my fiend Sai Hanhai looked a little anxious. Indeed. Heaven Abyss was not important to others, but to the demons, it was very important. To be able to cultivate near Heaven Abyss, the benefits for the demons could be imagined. Now that there was an additional Tao fruit, to be honest, Sai Hanhai did not dare to let the demons stay near Heaven Abyss. Seeing the fear in the other's heart, Qin Shujian's expression did not change. Emperor Shi Ling, don't worry. The fiend ancestor entered Heaven Abyss because he had an agreement with me. Heaven Abyss is his Tao field, but he can't show his divinity outside Heaven Abyss. In other words, him entering Heaven Abyss has no impact on the demons. Moreover, the fiend ancestor must have entered Heaven Abyss to recruit disciples and spread the great Tao. In some ways, the demons and the fiend ancestor are of the same origin. If we can obtain some opportunities from the fiend ancestor, it would be a great blessing. A Tao fruit explained. It was easy to imagine how much benefit it would bring to a race. However, Qin Shujian was not worried that the demons would betray the heavenly court after receiving the fiend ancestor's teachings. With the restrictions of the investiture of the gods, any problem was not a problem. Moreover, he was much stronger than Luo Hu. As long as the demons were normal, they would not betray the heavenly court for Luo Hu. Hearing the explanation, Sai Hanhai could not help but be stunned. Yes, according to Qin Shujian, Luo Hu entering Heaven Abyss was indeed a great thing for the demons. It was just that he did not think in this direction at the beginning. Instead, he was worried that a Tao fruit would be detrimental to the demons. Now that he thought about it. For the demons, this matter was more beneficial than harmful. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for clearing my doubts. It was this subject who was blinded. Sai Hanhai bowed. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. If there is nothing else, you can withdraw. Don't worry about Heaven Abyss. If the fiend ancestor dares to attack the demons, I will definitely not let him have an easy time. This subject will withdraw. Sai Hanhai withdrew. After Sai Hanhai withdrew, Qin Shujian first looked at the position of Heaven Abyss. It had been covered by a mysterious force, completely blocking his line of sight. Regarding this, he did not find it strange. How could a Dao fruit's training ground allow others to wantonly pry into it? Qin Shujian did not have the thought of seeing through the mystery and turned to look in the direction of the Dead Sea region. All of a sudden, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Did I forget something? He pondered for a moment. Qin Shujian understood what he had forgotten. Heavenly Pattern Island. Even though the myriad races were flourishing, the Heavenly Pattern Island was still in the Dead Sea region. When he gave the Dead Sea region to Hong Jun, he had forgotten to fish out the Heavenly Pattern Island. Forget it, forget it. The Heavenly Pattern Island is in the Dead Sea region, so it's there. That place is Hong Jun Dao Field, and it is also a great opportunity for them. Chapter 1064. The Sea of Death. In the void, Hong Jun looked at the endless sea below, and his indifferent face turned a little dark. When he first came to the great wide world, he had also scanned the Sea of Death with his divine sense. However, there were no experts in the sea at that time, so he did not pay much attention to it. Until now. After Qin Shujian assigned the Sea of Death to him as a training ground, Hong Jun realized how desolate the Sea of Death was. The sea. It was a sea that stretched as far as the eyes could see. At the same time, there were also some ferocious beasts in the sea, but those ferocious beasts were not intelligent. They could not even communicate with them, let alone teach them the Tao. At this moment, how could he not realize that he had been tricked by Qin Shujian? However, even if he had been tricked, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had already agreed before. Of course. The most important problem was that Qin Shujian was too strong. If he fell out with him now, it would not do him any good. He came to the depths of the Sea of Death. That was where Yang was originally. Although Yang had already left, the remaining Dao runes still existed there as if they would never be extinguished. Sun Law. When Hong Jun saw the Dao runes, he recognized the origin of the Dao runes. Sun Law. As for the manifestation of the Sun Law, he had seen it before. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious aura descended. The laws of the sun, which had not dissipated, were all eliminated in the face of this aura. Then, Hong Jun waved his hand again, and a huge rock appeared from the void. With a thought, flames ignited in the void and wrapped the rock. Time passed. The rock melted. Then, it turned into a palace that sat above the sea. The sea below was like a flat ground, supporting the palace and not letting it fall. Hong Jun waved his hand again, and a few words appeared on the plaque of the palace, Purple Cloud Palace. In an instant, boundless purple chi spread out from within. Then, Hong Jun took a step into the room. There was nothing in the hall, nor were there any portraits. There was only the word Dao written in the middle. It was the Dao ancestor. It should be compatible with the Dao. Compared to the Purple Cloud Palace of the past, the current Purple Cloud Palace is far inferior, but it can still be used as a training ground. Hong Jun sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Dao rhymes were constantly being emitted from his body, which were then absorbed by the palace. This was the power of the Dao fruit. Anything that was tainted by the traces of the Dao fruit would transform into a powerful treasure. If a powerful blacksmith were here, he would find that the Purple Cloud Palace in front of him was equivalent to an extremely powerful divine weapon. In the words of this era, he was comparable to Zhu Bing. In the words of the other epochs, it was a carnate spiritual treasure. He sat upright in the Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun scanned the entire Death Ocean realm with his divine sense. Very soon, Heavenly Rune Island appeared in his perception. I didn't expect that there would be real living creatures in the Dead Sea region. Human race, Eldar race, and demon race, the three races coexist. Good, very good. After Hong Jun carefully sensed the heavenly pattern island, he revealed a satisfied smile. The three races coexisted. Although the heavenly pattern island was a little small, and there weren't many living creatures on it. But it didn't matter. As long as there were living creatures, they could be the foundation of his Tao. Moreover, there were three races on the heavenly pattern island, and it wasn't restricted to one race. To Hong Jun, this was a good thing. According to the agreement, I can't interfere with matters outside the dojo, but it doesn't mean that others can't. In the future, if the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace travel the world, it has nothing to do with this poor Daois. Although doing so was a bit of an understatement. But if Qin Shujian could toss such a godforsaken place like the Sea of Death to him, then it was no wonder that he took advantage of this loophole as well. As long as he didn't break the rules, there wouldn't be any problems. He made his decision. Hong Jun calmed his mind. Dense Tao rhymes were emitted from his body, and a vast purple aura shot into the sky, attracting the attention of everyone in the Dead Sea region. Then, a majestic voice rang out. Heavenly Rune Island. Ever since Yang left, a large number of ferocious beasts were killed, and then there was the stone steely guarding the island. The island's safety factor had increased by a lot. Until now, the cultivators of the three races on the island could recuperate and didn't have to worry about so many problems. The only difference was, it was that the heavenly pattern island had the sovereign law, which completely cut off the path of others. But the people of the heavenly pattern island had long been used to this. Those who wanted to break through to a higher realm would directly leave the heavenly pattern island and go to the land to seek opportunities. Those who didn't want to break through and only wanted to be content with the status quo stayed on the heavenly pattern island, quietly living their lives. But today, a purple aura was emitted from the depths of the Dead Sea region, and a loud voice accurately entered the ears of all the cultivators on the heavenly pattern island. The Purple Cloud Palace is open. Those who are fated can come and listen to the teachings of the Great Tao. Starting today, the Dead Sea region is officially renamed the Purple Cloud Sea region. The loud voice was like the might of the heavens, shaking people's hearts. Purple Cloud Palace, Purple Cloud Sea region. In the main hall of the Fantasy Sea sect, Xia Chao, who was about to die, was shocked when he heard the voice. Then, he realized that the sovereign law above the heavenly pattern island had completely disappeared. The sovereign law has disappeared. He was even more shocked by this change. Not only had the sovereign law disappeared, but even the chaotic law in the Dead Sea region had disappeared. Xia Chao was very clear. What did the disappearance of the sovereign law mean? That meant, in the future, the cultivators of the heavenly pattern island would no longer have any restrictions. They could break through without restraint. Whether it was the heavenly humans or true immortals, the cultivators of the heavenly pattern island had the qualifications to reach them. The chaotic law in the Dead Sea region was extremely powerful. Even the ancient Emperor of Heaven and the sovereigns couldn't erase the chaotic law in the Dead Sea region. But now, a voice had changed the name of the Dead Sea region and directly erased the sovereign law and the chaotic law. The strength that was revealed was already more terrifying than the ancient Emperor of Heaven and the sovereigns. Between the heavens and earth, when did such a terrifying existence appear? Xia Chao was sure that this voice didn't belong to Qin Shujian. In other words, another terrifying expert had appeared in the world. Soon, he recalled the purple aura that covered the Dead Sea region not long ago. Then, he looked at the purple aura that reached the clouds. It was so similar. Without a doubt, the two were definitely the same person. Purple Cloud Sea region, Purple Cloud Palace. It seems like the heavenly pattern island is going to change. Chapter 1065. The world had changed. Xia Chao understood that from this moment on, Heavenly Rune Island's transcendence no longer existed. The expert who created Purple Cloud Palace and the Purple Cloud Sea region was a supreme existence. Now, that supreme existence was going to preach in the sea region. For most cultivators, It was an irresistible temptation. After all, if they could listen to such an expert preach, it would be a great opportunity. Even if they could get a little bit of it, it would be useful for their whole life. Before Xia Chao could be shocked, the other elders of the Fantasy Sea sect walked in. Old Ancestor. Greetings, Old Ancestor. Everyone bowed. Xia Chao glanced at them and his face returned to normal. You're here for Purple Cloud Palace, right? That's right. An elder nodded. Purple Cloud Palace suddenly appeared. I also felt that the Heavenly Rune Island's Emperor's laws seemed to have disappeared. I don't know if it's true or not. Not at the 4th level of the Sky Human realm. His perception of the laws wasn't very sharp. Xia Chao nodded. It's as you think. The Heavenly Rune Island's Emperor's laws have indeed disappeared. The Dead Sea region that has existed for tens of thousands of years has finally become Purple Cloud Sea region. That person is a powerful expert. If you want to go to Purple Cloud Palace to seek the Tao, I won't stop you. But I only have one thing to warn you. From the direction of the Purple Clouds, Purple Cloud Palace exists in the depths of the sea region. You can imagine how dangerous it is. There weren't as many ferocious beasts in the sea region as before. However, no matter how few ferocious beasts there were, their strength couldn't be ignored. Any true immortal ferocious beast was a destructive disaster for the people of Heavenly Rune Island. After all, in Heavenly Rune Island, the strongest expert was only at the 3rd level of the Sky Human realm. Apart from that, Xia Chao and the others couldn't leave. A group of cultivators at the 3rd level of the Sky Human realm might have a chance against a Saint Realm ferocious beast. But if they encountered an almighty ferocious beast, they could only flee. But if it was a true immortal ferocious beast, that would be a dead end for him. Flee. That was impossible. The difference between a true immortal and a sky human was greater than the difference between a sky human and divine martial. In front of a true immortal, the average celestial was nothing but an ant. Hearing this, the group of illusionary sea sect elders all sunk into silence. Now, the spirit chi of heaven and earth had recovered. Although Heavenly Pattern Island was restricted and no experts in the 4th stage of the Heaven-Human realm were born, there were already quite a number of cultivators in the 3rd stage of the Heaven-Human realm. After a long time, an elder said, even if we don't go, there will definitely be others who will go. At that time, they will obtain an opportunity from that existence and their strength will greatly increase. Our Fantasy Sea sect will be in a difficult situation. The 3 clans stand on equal footing, but in the end, there are still differences between the clans. If one side's strength increases greatly, it will be quite troublesome for the other 2. Another person spoke up. Right now, the Heavenly Rune Island's 3 clans were standing on equal footing and seemed to be in harmony. But in reality, in Heavenly Pattern Island, there were 2 reasons why the 3 clans were in power. Firstly, Heavenly Rune Island was isolated from the rest of the world. There were no major conflicts. Secondly, the 3 powers kept each other in check. None of them could suppress the other 2. Therefore, only then would he be able to maintain peace. However, now that Heavenly Rune Island's sovereign laws had disappeared, there were also experts who had set up Tao temples in the depths of the sea. Once Heavenly Rune Island obtained a fortuitous encounter, it would have the qualifications to leave the sea and head for the land. At that time, Heavenly Rune Island's 3 clans would definitely not be as harmonious as they were now. If there was a difference in strength, the Fantasy Sea sect's human clan would be in an even more difficult situation. I understand what you all mean. Xia Chao nodded, his face filled with melancholy. The current Fantasy Sea sect no longer had a choice. If they did not want the Fantasy Sea sect's human clan to fall into danger, they could only head to Purple Cloud Palace and see if they could obtain a fortuitous encounter. He was very clear. The Fantasy Sea sect thought this way, and so did the other 2 clans. In front of fortuitous encounters, there were many things that could be directly ignored. Subsequently, Xia Chao looked at them. You can go, but not all of you. A portion of the Fantasy Sea sect needs to be left behind in case of an emergency. We understand. I am old. There are many things that you can decide on your own. Currently, the Heavenly Court's Emperor of Heaven is a human. Even if my fantasy C sect's human clan is destroyed, the human clan in the world will not be destroyed. Xia Chao said. Heavenly Rune Island used to be the last foundation of the human clan. It remained within Heavenly Rune Island. But now it was different. The human clan in the outside world was flourishing. The importance of Heavenly Rune Island had already decreased by a lot. Therefore, even if the human clan in Heavenly Rune Island was destroyed, it would not have any impact. In this way, there were some aspects that did not need to be as conservative as before. After all the elders left, Xia Chao walked out of the main hall. Looking at the purple clouds in the sky, his expression became complicated. He was the descendant of the ancient human emperor. His talent was not weak. But he was imprisoned in Heavenly Rune Island forever. It was certain that he would not be willing to accept this. However, Xia Chao also knew that his current situation had already become a foregone conclusion. It was almost impossible to change it. I just don't know if that existence can help me. There was no reason for it. Such a thought appeared in his mind. No one was willing to continue existing as an artifact spirit. His divine soul decayed day by day, but there was no way to truly die. Xia Chao already had a premonition. Perhaps after a few 100,000 years, he could only lie down, unable to move. At that time, even if someone supported him, it would not be of much use. If this continues, what's the difference between that and death? Xia Chao sighed. In the past, he could silently continue like this for the sake of the human race. But now that the human race was no longer in any danger, he should pursue some other things. The descendant of the human emperor. He should not fall like this. When the people of the Fantasy Sea sect were preparing to head to the Purple Cloud Palace, the cultivators of the other two sects also made the same decision. The appearance of the Purple Cloud Palace. For anyone, it was a great opportunity. Such an opportunity, if they did not grasp it, it would be a lifetime loss. Compared to the unreachable Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court, the supreme existence of the Purple Cloud Palace was even more within reach. In order to obtain the opportunity, the people of the three sects also came for a gathering. Then, with a total of more than 100 third-level heaven human cultivators from the three sects, together, headed towards the depths of the sea. There were so many cultivators. Even if they encountered almighty-level beasts, they would be able to kill them directly. As long as they did not encounter true immortal-level beasts, there was almost no great danger. Chapter 1066. Imparting the Tao. Qin Shujian saw what happened in the Purple Cloud Sea region, but he had no intention of interfering. There was no other way. Since the sea region was given to Hong Jun, he would let him do whatever he wanted. There weren't many living beings in the heavenly Pattern Island, so they couldn't compare to the myriad races that he controlled. Under such circumstances, no matter how powerful Hong Jun was, it would be difficult for him to develop quickly. And give me some more time and my strength will be able to improve further. At that time, regardless of whether you are at Tao integration or not, you will definitely not be my match. A cold glint flashed across Qin Shujian's eyes. Compared to the last time he fought Luo Hu, after staying in the time formation for a period of time, his strength was no weaker than Hong Jun, who had several carnate cardinal treasures. However, he also knew that Hong Jun's strength was not at his peak. But so what? At his peak, Hong Jun could be considered one of the most powerful ancient gods. Even if his strength had not fully recovered, he was still much stronger than the injured Luo Hu. Such strength. He was still considered a powerful existence among the ancient gods. But even so, Qin Shujian also relied on his own strength to fight to a draw with the other party. He was confident. If he were to enter the time formation for a period of time, he could completely hang Hong Jun up, provided that the other party was not at Tao integration. If the other party was at Tao integration, that would still be a problem. Hong Jun is not scary. What is scary is Hong Jun after Tao integration, Qin Shujian thought to himself. Hong Jun didn't integrate the heavenly Tao, nor did he integrate the rules of the outer realm, but the rules of the universe. Once the other party succeeded in Tao integration, his strength could completely sweep away most of the ancient gods. To be honest, Qin Shujian wasn't too confident that he could deal with Hong Jun, who was at Dao integration. Even if he could take drastic measures and directly absorb the power of all the living beings in the inner world for his own use, he wasn't 100% confident that he could suppress the other party. The reason why a Dao ancestor was a Dao ancestor. It was definitely not as simple as a title. My current strength is still a little lacking. Unless a few half-step Dao fruits appear in the inner world, as well as the number of true immortals multiplied by several times, and there are more rules, I will be confident in suppressing him. However, to accumulate so much power, it's not something that can be done in tens of thousands of years. Although the true immortals of the inner world did not have a lifespan limit, they had to face the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Not every true immortal had the qualifications to successfully transcend the tribulation. The great calamity was coming. There were quite a number of true immortals who failed their tribulations. This went on and on. It was already good enough that the strength of his inner world did not regress, let alone increase by a large margin. As such, relying on the number of true immortals to deal with the enemy was the most unreliable method. Instead, it was the strength of the laws of heaven and earth that Qin Shujian relied on to deal with the enemy. The stronger the foundation of heaven and earth, the stronger he was. The stronger he was. Breaking 10,000 laws with one force. That force had to be unleashed to the extreme in order to have the qualifications to break 10,000 laws. Now that Hong Jun has returned, the experts of the other 2 macro worlds should be returning soon. One is the nether world, and the other is the Buddhist sect. I have to find a place to settle down. Qin Shujian's mind was filled with thoughts. Since Hong Jun and Luo who had been settled down, there was no harm in settling down 2 more people. The people of the Buddhist sect can be settled in the original territory of the ancient Buddha clan. Since the destruction of the ancient Buddha clan, there are no other clans occupying the original territory of the ancient Buddha clan. It's a good place. Anyway, the ancient Buddha clan also has the word Buddha in their name. Their methods are similar to the Buddhist sect. It's just right to give it to the Buddhist sect. As for the Buddhist sect, Qin Shujian did not have a good or bad impression of them. It was the most stupid thing to judge a person's words purely based on one's senses. He only looked at what the Buddhist sect did and whether it was beneficial to him or not. And according to his understanding, in the first era, the Buddhist sect was actually at odds with the Dao sect. Hong Jun represented the Dao sect. If the Buddhist sect was settled down, Hong Jun would have another threat. The rest is the nether world. Qin Shujian frowned. The others were easy to arrange, but the netherworld was not. He was almost certain who the person from the netherworld was. As for that person, no matter where he was arranged, something seemed to be missing. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shujian suddenly looked down. That was where the fallen immortal realm was. The fallen immortal realm was the center of the 4 continents, and the heavenly court was above the fallen immortal realm, showing its supreme status. Strictly speaking, although the fallen immortal realm was not as high as the heavenly court, it was still extraordinary. The fallen immortal realm is not bad. The heavenly court and the netherworld are above, and the netherworld is below. If the Great Thousand World really evolves into reincarnation in the future, the position of the netherworld will be very important. Now the netherworld is placed in the fallen immortal realm to avoid future troubles. After figuring out the key points, Qin Shujian felt relieved. The fallen immortal realm was very important. He was usually reluctant to give it to others, but if it was the nether world, then there would be no problem. Several eras later, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the person from the netherworld could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Then, Qin Shujian was ready to enter the time formation to cultivate. Hong Jun returned. He was pressed for time again. That Dao ancestor had powerful means. If he did not improve his strength, he would not be able to suppress him in the future, and that would be inviting a wolf into the house. Only by improving his own strength, then all the problems would no longer be a problem. However, before cultivating, Qin Shujian called for a court meeting first. Since the destruction of the demon abyss, all the immortals and gods of the heavenly court gathered in the inner hall of the heavenly palace for the first time. A few days ago, you must be very clear about the movements of heaven and earth. It was the return of Tao ancestor Hong Jun and demon ancestor Luo Hu of the First Era. In order to avoid disputes, I have given Heavenly Abyss to Luo Hu, and the Dead Sea Domain to Hong Jun. In the future, these two places will no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, as you all understand. Qin Shujian said lightly. However, when talking about Heavenly Abyss and the Dead Sea Domain, he used the word given. Demon ancestor Luo Hu, Tao ancestor Hong Jun, the immortals of the Heavenly Court looked at each other, and there was a look of shock on everyone's face. There was no other reason. Just from the name alone, one could know that these two were supreme experts. Luo Hu and the others knew that they were the instigators of the demon abyss. However, this was the first time they had heard the words of a Tao ancestor. However, the other party could be on par with Luo Hu, so he was undoubtedly a Tao fruit-level existence. Emperor Zhao cupped his hands and said, Heavenly Abyss and the Dead Sea Domain were given to the two of them. If the two of them use this opportunity to cause trouble, what should we do? According to the agreement, the Heavenly Court will not interfere in the matters of the two. Similarly, they cannot interfere in the matters of the 4 major continents. If there is a violation, I will naturally punish them. As for the disciples under the two of them, they can ignore them if they are traveling the world. However, if they cause a big commotion, then deal with them as you wish. We obey. Chapter 1067. Purple Clouds Sea. Ever since he set up the Purple Clouds Palace and changed the name of the Dead Sea region to the Purple Clouds Sea region, Hong Jun had been sitting in the Purple Clouds Palace, waiting for the arrival of others. He believed the divine ability that he had displayed earlier was enough to attract many people. There aren't many living beings on that island, and there aren't any powerful cultivators. Now that there are many true immortal realm beasts in the sea region, they might not be able to come here safely. I have to use some methods. Hong Jun thought to himself. If it was the First Era, he wouldn't have thought about such a thing at all. The Tao couldn't be taught easily. Without sufficient strength and opportunity, it was perfectly normal for one to not be able to obtain the Dharma of fate. But it was different now. He was sent to the Purple Clouds Sea region. If he wanted to recover his strength and preach to the world, borrowing the qi of heaven and earth was the most convenient and fast way. So, teaching the Tao was indispensable. The strongest living beings on the heavenly Pattern Island were only at the heavenly human realm. In front of the true immortal realm beasts, they were no different from ants. With that thought in mind, Hong Jun spread out his divine sense. In an instant, all the true immortal realm beasts in the sea region seemed to be attracted by something at this moment. They began to retreat in all directions, heading toward the Purple Clouds Palace in an orderly manner. Not long after, outside the Purple Clouds Palace, a group of beasts gathered. All the beasts prostrated outside the Purple Clouds Palace as if they were kneeling to some supreme existence. Beasts didn't have intelligence, but they had instincts. They could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying existence in the palace in front of them, and it was many times more terrifying than the one in the depths of the sea region. In front of this existence, even true immortals were like ants. If someone was above the sea, they would be able to see a large number of ferocious beasts prostrating themselves on the ground. These ferocious beasts were as tall as 1,000,000 zhong. They were like small continents, awe-inspiring. After a long time, the door of the Purple Clouds Palace opened. Hong Jun walked out like an ordinary daoist. But after he came out, those beasts' heads prostrated even lower. Although you don't have intelligence, your instinct to seek good fortune and avoid disaster is not bad. Since you are willing to submit to the Purple Cloud Palace, you will be the Purple Cloud Palace's divine guardian beasts in the future. You can come here often to listen to lectures on the Great Path. However, there is a request. Without my permission, you are not allowed to kill or devour other living beings. Anyone who disobeys will die. Hong Jun's voice was indifferent and emotionless. Although those ferocious beasts were unable to understand the human language, the words spoken by Chu Feng directly entered their minds. Even those ferocious beasts without intelligence were able to understand what he meant. Long after he finished speaking, those ferocious beasts were all prostrated there, their bodies not moving at all. Seeing this, Hong Jun nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You can stay here in the future. If you have the chance to listen to the great Tao and open your spiritual wisdom in the future, you will naturally be able to embark on the path of immortality. Ferocious beasts could not live forever. It was just like how in this epoch, true immortals only had 129,600 years of lifespan. Although ferocious beasts didn't have this restriction, there would still be a day when their lifespan would come to an end. There were some beasts. Some could live for 1,000,000 years, and some could live for tens of millions of years. However, regardless of whether it was 1,000,000 years or tens of millions of years, it could not be considered immortality. Hearing Hong Jun's words, those ferocious beasts kowtowed like humans. Then, these ferocious beasts dived into the sea and resided around the purple cloud palace. Although the 1,000,000-feet-tall ferocious beasts were huge, the sea was vast and boundless, and the bottom of the sea was bottomless, accommodating the ferocious beasts. It was not a problem at all. After Hong Jun took a look, he turned around and returned to the purple cloud palace. He sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion and began to preach the great Tao. There is a great Tao in heaven and earth, and all living beings. As he spoke, golden flowers floated down from the void, and lotus flowers surged in the sea. All the ferocious beasts were fighting over the golden flowers and golden lotuses, constantly absorbing the power within for themselves to absorb. However, there were also some ferocious beasts that did not move. Instead, they silently listened to the sound of the great Tao in their ears. Everything was changing imperceptibly. The great Tao was particular. It lasted neither long nor short. Very soon, a ferocious beast roared angrily. Its body grew much larger on its original foundation, and its realm officially broke through from the first-level immortal to the second-level immortal. In the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun had a good understanding of the changes in the ferocious beasts outside. Not bad. After all, there are some promising talents. If they can give birth to spiritual wisdom in the future, they will be of great use. The biggest difference between ferocious beasts and living beings was in terms of spiritual wisdom. Ferocious beasts did not have spiritual wisdom, so they could not be cultivated. However, nothing was absolute in the world. If one had various opportunities, they could also give birth to spiritual wisdom. However, the probability was very low. Out of 100 ferocious beasts, there might not even be one ferocious beast that could successfully give birth to spiritual wisdom. However, if there were ferocious beasts that could give birth to spiritual wisdom, then it would be a good thing. Compared to other living beings, ferocious beasts had strong physiques and powerful qi and blood. They were not weaker than true immortals who walked the physical sanctification system. In terms of physical body, the talent of ferocious beasts was much stronger than that of other living beings. And such talent was something that ferocious beasts had sacrificed most of their own things in exchange. Under such circumstances, if the ferocious beasts could give birth to spiritual wisdom, coupled with their existing talent, they would be excellent seedlings for body cultivation. In the future, it was not impossible for their bodies to become saints. Even if their bodies could not become saints, they would still be a good guardian true God. With Hong Jun in charge of the Purple Cloud Palace, there was naturally no need for any guardian true gods. However, if there were a few powerful guardian true gods, it would also be a form of prestige. Not to mention anything else. Even if there were any troubles in the future, he could let the guardian true gods solve them. He would not have to do it himself. Those ferocious beasts are listening seriously. In the future, there is a high chance that they will give birth to spiritual wisdom. It's better to lean more when I preach the great Tao in the future. Hong Jun knew very well that those ferocious beasts were listening seriously. The other ferocious beasts were all fighting for the golden flowers and golden lotuses. That was a reward given by the heavenly Tao to thank him for preaching the great Tao. Ordinary living beings would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation if they swallowed it. However, those ferocious beasts could reject such temptation and listen seriously. They were undoubtedly promising talents. Regarding this, Hong Jun also admired them. After a period of silence, soon, He started talking about the Great Tao again. The same phenomenon, the same ferocious beasts fighting for it. The ferocious beasts that were listening seriously to the Great Tao seemed to have a human expression on their ferocious faces. It was as if they had obtained something mysterious from the voice of the Great Tao. Chapter 1068. In the sea. A large ship was riding the wind and breaking the waves as it sped through the sea. There were hundreds of people on the ship. If there were other people present, they would have discovered that every single person on the ship was a celestial being. They were the creatures from heavenly Pattern Island. The ship sailed steadily in the sea. No matter how high the waves were, they couldn't shake the ship at all. On the bow of the ship, a middle-aged man in a jade-green robe looked at the endless sea with a calm expression. There are many perfected immortal beasts in the sea. We have been sailing for so long, but we haven't encountered a single one. It's really strange. Strange. It was really strange. There were many perfected immortal beasts in the sea. They had been sailing for so many days, so they should have encountered perfected immortal beasts. However, he hadn't encountered a single one. Among the beasts he had encountered, the strongest one was just an almighty beast. But in front of hundreds of diviners, an almighty beast was like a piece of paper. It had no effect at all. As soon as he finished speaking, someone on the side was speechless. Sect Master Gui, do you really want to encounter a perfected immortal beast? If there really is one, I'm afraid we will be buried in its stomach. This ship was built with the broken limb of an ancient divine tree. It is a top treasure. Now that there are hundreds of diviners on the ship, even a perfected immortal beast won't be able to catch up to us if we use all our strength. Gui Yu smiled proudly. He was the current sect master of the Jade Wave sect. After the previous sect master left Heavenly Pattern Island and didn't return, the Jade Wave sect had to have a new person to take charge of the overall situation. As the strongest person in the Jade Wave sect, Gui Yu naturally took over the position of sect master. This time, he was going to the depths of the sea to seek opportunities. He also carried the high hopes of the Jade Wave sect. When the others heard this, they didn't refute. In any case, whether or not this ship was really that powerful, no one would be able to find out. It was just that after sailing for so long, the occasional almighty beast attacked the ship, but it didn't cause much impact. Just its defensive power alone could withstand the attacks of almighty beasts. If it really used all its strength, it might be possible to compete with a perfected immortal. Immediately after, someone said, recently, there have been strange phenomena in the depths of the sea. I suspect that those true immortal ferocious beasts have all gathered in the depths of the sea. The real danger is probably waiting for us there. Gui Yu's arrogant expression disappeared and turned into a serious one. Not bad. It was not a good thing that they had yet to encounter any true immortal ferocious beasts. The reason for that was because it meant that there was a mysterious power gathering all of the ferocious beasts. Now that the ship was facing a single attack from a true immortal beast, it was able to escape. However, if the ship encountered a large number of true immortal ferocious beasts, there was absolutely no chance of resisting. Shortly after, Gui Yu said in a deep voice, if what the illusionary sea sect said is true, then we'll have to make plans early. There are a large number of true immortal ferocious beasts gathering in the depths of the sea. If we go there with our strength, we'll only end up being buried in their bellies. Is it worth it to take such a huge risk for an untouchable opportunity? We have no way out. Since we're already here, we can't go back with our tails between our legs. Since that existence can preach the Great Tao, he definitely won't let us go back. Even if there are a large number of ferocious beasts there, those ferocious beasts might not actually attack. As soon as he said that, someone firmly opposed it. Since they had already decided to come, what was the point of going back midway? They would not be satisfied until they reached the depths of the sea and saw the legendary purple firmament palace with their own eyes. Hearing that, Gui Yu fell silent and said no more. Not to mention the others, he was not willing to go back like this. If that existence could preach the Great Tao, it would be an unparalleled opportunity for them. If they could obtain it, it would not be impossible for them to break through to true immortal in the future. Compared to a true immortal's 120,000 years of lifespan, a mere few thousand years for a celestial was just a fraction of that. I don't have much lifespan left. Guiyu sighed. He did not have much lifespan left. Several thousand years ago, he had broken through to the celestial realm, but with the restrictions of heavenly Pattern Island, he had been unable to break through to the fourth level of the celestial realm. But things were different now. The restrictions had disappeared. The third level of the celestial realm was no longer his limit. But so what? With the little time he had left, Guiyu was not confident that he could break through from the third level of the celestial realm to the true immortal realm in a short time. Only by going to the depths of the sea and seeking the opportunity of that mysterious existence could he break through to another mysterious realm in a limited time. Although he said that he was very afraid of the true immortal ferocious beasts. However, it was impossible for him to return. At this moment, waves suddenly rose on the sea. The sea, which was not calm to begin with, suddenly became turbulent. Rumble. The waves rose and were about to swallow the big ship. Seeing this, Guiyu's expression did not change. He just shouted coldly, "All the people of the Blue Waves sect, listen to my order. Activate the shield with all your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and poured all his vital essence into the big ship. All of a sudden, a strong energy shield rose from the big ship and wrapped everyone inside. Then, the waves crashed down heavily, causing the shield to shake, but it didn't shatter. In the next breath, a sea serpent beast hundreds of thousands of feet long rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Its huge tail swung on the big ship. The powerful force caused the big ship to shake, and the hull was almost flipped over. A mere almighty level beast dares to be so rampant. Guiyu's face was cold. If it was in the past, he would definitely turn around and leave when he saw such a beast. But it was different now. There were hundreds of celestials on the ship. There was no need to escape at all. No matter how strong the almighty beast was, it was not qualified to compete with hundreds of celestials. Even if there were only dozens of celestials, it was enough to kill the almighty beast. Hundreds of celestials. It was a complete crush. As soon as Guiyu's words fell, the humans of the Fantasy Sea sect took the lead. Hundreds of celestials rose into the air from the big ship. The extremely powerful force condensed together, and the vital essence bombarded fiercely. Boom, the void shattered and collapsed. The torrent of power had already directly bombarded the sea serpent. In an instant, the hard scales of the sea serpent shattered inch by inch. Blood flowed out from the wound and converged into the sea below. Raw, the severe pain caused the beast to let out a shrill howl. Its body kept rolling in the sea, setting off tens of thousands of feet-long waves. It was instinctive. The sea serpent did not dare to have any ideas about the big ship and was ready to escape into the depths of the sea. Want to leave? Not so easy. Chapter 1069. One of them sneered. All the celestial beings used their power to separate the sea at the same time, and then accurately found the location of the sea snake, and gathered their power to kill it on the spot. Hundreds of thousands of feet-long beasts fell. The blood contained in its body had already dyed the sea red. Soon, a few people worked together and skinned the ferocious beasts in the sea, taking out everything that could be taken out. As for the beasts' flesh and blood, they were completely abandoned. In the past, for the people of Heavenly Pattern Island, the flesh and blood of beasts were rare treasures that could be used to temper the body and enhance the strength of cultivators. But now it was different. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth had increased greatly. The people of Heavenly Pattern Island could reach a very high realm without the help of the flesh and blood of beasts. Therefore, the flesh and blood of beasts that were once regarded as treasures were now just things that could be discarded at will. The skin and tendon of an 8th-level celestial being, if refined properly, will definitely be a good treasure. The people of Fantasy Sea sect had smiles on their faces. A material of the almighty level. It was rare no matter where it was. When the people of Holy God sect saw this, they had envious expressions on their faces. Unfortunately, The people of Fantasy Sea Sect acted too quickly, so they couldn't kill the sea snake. As for the people of Jade Wave Sect, they didn't feel anything. According to the agreement, they came out of the big ship to escort everyone to the depths of the sea, and any harvest along the way would be given to Jade Wave Sect. So, the people of Jade Wave Sect didn't have to kill the beasts. As long as they maintained the stability of the big ship, they would have a steady stream of harvest. Guiyu said, "There are no true immortal beasts now, but almighty beasts are emerging endlessly. Even if we can't get an opportunity this time, we will still have a lot of harvest." On the ship now. It was already loaded with a lot of things. Fortunately, the big ship could hold so many things in a mustard seed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many things. The sea snake was killed. The surrounding movements were much calmer. However, it didn't take long before they were attacked by other ferocious beasts. For the beasts, the hundreds of celestial beings on the big ship were an irresistible temptation. If they could swallow all of them, it was very likely that they would break the existing threshold and advance to another level. The sea was dangerous. The increase in strength was one more point of survival. This time, without waiting for the people from the Fantasy Sea Sect to act, the people from the Holy God Sect had already taken the lead and attacked the beast. Crash! The waves surged as another ferocious beast appeared. Too mighty beast. Guiyu's eyes flickered. He didn't panic. Not to mention 2 almighty beasts, even if there were 10 almighty beasts, the hundreds of devas on the ship would be able to deal with them. But before he could think too much, the surface of the sea began to tremble. 1, 2, 3 heads, dozens of almighty ferocious beasts appeared. Their bodies were hundreds of thousands of feet long, and they seemed to have covered the entire sky. At this moment, everyone felt chills run down their spines. Even a few hundred devas might not be able to contend against a dozen almighty wild beasts. Besides, even if they could barely resist, there would be a large number of casualties later on. "Everyone, drive the ship with all your might. We'll talk after we evacuate." Guiyu quickly regained her senses and shouted anxiously. Hearing this, regardless of whether they were from the Fantasy Sea Sect or the Saint God Sect, they no longer cared about killing the beasts. They all returned to the ship and infused their true yuan into it. Buzz! Suddenly, a thick layer of light shield appeared on the ship. When the light barrier appeared, some ferocious beasts roared and attacked. Their terrifying attacks fell on the light barrier, causing it to tremble incessantly. Guiyu didn't care so much. He was now fully focused on controlling the ship. Soon, the ship was like a phantom, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Boom! A ferocious beast's large hand fell, but what it hit was the afterimage of the large ship. As for the main body of the ship, it had long disappeared. Roar! Seeing this, the beast suddenly roared in anger. Although the beast didn't have intelligence, it could understand that it was being played. That instinctive anger made it want to kill everything. Seeing this, the other dozens of beasts also roared in anger. Hundreds of food. It just slipped away from their eyes. The beasts were furious. But there was nothing they could do. The ship was too fast, so fast that they couldn't catch a trace of it. These beasts had no way of knowing where the ship was now. On the other side, when the ship officially started, it was as if it was shuttling through space. When the others came back to their senses, they found that the surrounding beasts had all disappeared. Where is this? Someone looked puzzled. Not only did the beasts not see how the ship disappeared, but even the people on the ship didn't know where they were now. Guiyu spat out a few words. The depths of the sea. The depths of the sea. Everyone's expression changed. They were in the depths of the sea. As if sensing the doubts of others, Guiyu said, "This is not the depths of the sea. We are just heading in the direction of the depths of the sea. But we have already gotten rid of the trouble of the dozens of beasts. What's left is to be wary of the perfected immortal beasts that may exist in the depths of the sea." Driving the ship with all his strength, it was indeed very fast. However, the dangers involved were also very obvious. The ship was very fast. This meant that if there were any obstacles, the ship might not be able to dodge in time. If it were ordinary beasts, it would be fine. If they just crashed into it, it wouldn't cause any damage to the ship. But if it was a perfected immortal beast when it crashed into it, it would be a big problem. A perfected immortal beast. Its physical body was terrifyingly strong. It was not something that ordinary treasures could compare to. No matter how strong the ship was, it was absolutely impossible for it to crash into a perfected immortal beast. At that time, it would be the result of the ship being destroyed and the people dying. Therefore, unless it was necessary, Guiyu didn't dare to drive the ship with all his strength, for fear of hitting something that he couldn't hit. Only at the critical moment would he take such a risk. Hearing that, the people of the two sects had solemn expressions. The real danger that troubled them was the perfected immortal beasts that could exist anywhere. Like the almighty beasts. Unless it was like before, where more than a dozen beasts surrounded them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a big problem. The purple chi is much richer. Maybe we're really close. Someone looked at the purple chi in the sky with some excitement. They were looking for the location of the purple cloud palace by following the direction of the purple chi. Now that the purple chi was getting closer and closer, it meant that they were getting closer and closer to the purple cloud palace. Suddenly, the sea shook. A ferocious aura rose from the bottom of the sea. In front of this aura, the void seemed to be silently destroyed, causing everyone on the ship to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their bodies were cold. Chapter 1070. The void condensed. The waves were monstrous. Even with the protection of the big ship, the people on the ship didn't feel any sense of security. True immortal. Guiyu's face was aghast. There was no one else who could have such power except for a true immortal. Although he patted his chest and said that even if he encountered a true immortal beast, he could still escape. But when he really encountered a true immortal beast, Guiyu didn't have much confidence in his heart. Those true immortal beasts really exist in the depths of the sea. Everyone, get ready. Pour your vital essence into the ship and get ready to leave. He calmed his mind. The sect master of the Jade Waves sect shouted in a deep voice. Hearing that, the others hurriedly came back to their senses and then poured their vital essence into the big ship together. At this moment, the true immortal beast hidden at the bottom of the sea finally showed its true form. It was very similar to the sea snake beast they encountered before. But the difference was, the sea snake beast in front of them was 1,000,000 feet long, like a small continent. When it rolled in the sea, the waves it brought up could drown everything. The waves swept across. It made the ship shake violently. Get ready. Guiyu's mind was solemn. The 1,000,000 feet body couldn't be seen at a glance, which made him feel great pressure. Just as he was about to steer the big ship away, the sea suddenly became quiet. Then, the sky darkened. Everyone instinctively looked up and then saw a huge ferocious snake head staring at them coldly. That glance. It made these celestials feel their blood freeze. Quick, let's go. Some people's lips were trembling. Guiyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. She barely recovered from the shock and was about to steer the ship away. Boom, the sea snake beast glanced at them indifferently, but turned around and dived into the sea again. In this way, there was a lot of water splashing again. But everyone didn't care about this at all. There was fear and astonishment on their faces. They looked at the huge black shadow below the sea, which was slowly moving and then completely leaving. What's going on? Why did that ferocious beast suddenly leave? Everyone had the same doubt in their hearts. They almost thought that the sea snake beast was going to attack them. However, no. The other party only glanced at them and simply left. After a long while, someone mumbled, "Is it because he doesn't think we suit his taste?" Hearing this, everyone else turned their heads and looked at him with indifferent eyes. That person immediately shut his mouth. Guiyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "That beast leaving is a good thing for us. We have hundreds of celestials on board, but it didn't do anything. Perhaps it's a beast from the depths of the sea that won't attack us." From the scene just now, he had deduced some things. Not to his taste. That was impossible. Ferocious beasts were brutal and had no intelligence. In its eyes, all living beings were food. A few hundred celestials, that was even more delicious. Since the other party did not attack, there must be a reason for it. Coupled with the fact that they were in the depths of the sea, Guiyu understood. Very likely. The people from the Fantasy Sea sect and the Holy God sect nodded in agreement. Although encountering a true immortal ferocious beast was a frightening thing, it was still extremely frightening. However, that beast did not attack them. It was definitely not because it was afraid of the hundreds of celestials on the ship. To put it bluntly, hundreds of celestials, in front of a true immortal ferocious beast, was just a matter of a mouthful. There was no possibility of the two competing at all. There must be other reasons for the beast leaving. Thinking about the location of this place, they had a rough idea in their hearts. When the others heard this, they were all certain in their hearts. Immediately after, Guiyu began to steer the ship again, heading in the direction of the purple gas. The ship sailed. Along the way, everyone found that the true immortal ferocious beasts that they had never encountered before were everywhere here, almost to the point where they could be seen everywhere. The sea snake rolled. The giant beast roared. 1,000,000 feet true immortal ferocious beast, even if it moved a little, could cause stormy waves. Fortunately, the ship itself was a treasure, so it would not be swallowed by a small wave. As they sailed deeper, Guiyu became more and more certain of the guess in his heart. There was no other reason. All the true immortal ferocious beasts they encountered along the way did not attack the ship. At most, they just looked at it curiously. Along the way, the people on the ship went from nervousness to relief. When they saw the true immortal ferocious beasts again in the future, no one showed any fear. Because they knew. The ferocious beasts here would not attack others. Not to mention attacking others. Even between the ferocious beasts, there was no fighting. Compared to the other scenes in the sea, it was two extremes. That purple cloud master's means are amazing. He can even subdue so many true immortal ferocious beasts. It's really admirable. Guiyu sighed with emotion. Purple Cloud Master. That was his name for Hongjun. Although he did not know Hongjuan's name, the other party established the Purple Cloud Palace and renamed the Dead Sea area to the Purple Cloud Sea area, so it was normal to call him the Purple Cloud Master. Yes, the ferocious beasts are cruel. In the past, they would kill each other, but now there is no dispute at all, and they don't attack other living beings or cultivators. It must be the Purple Cloud Master's credit. Such means are admirable. If I can really hear it under the Purple Cloud Master, maybe I really have a chance to break through to the true immortal realm. Many people's faces showed a look of admiration. Hearing that, Guiyu was silent. To be honest, although the Purple Cloud Master said that he was going to teach the Great Tao, he might not allow everyone to listen to the Great Tao. After all, the Great Tao could not be taught easily. Such an opportunity. He didn't quite believe that everyone would have a copy of it. So, in Guiyu's heart, he was also a little nervous. Although he was quite confident in himself, he was also worried that he did not have enough opportunities to be taught by the Purple Cloud Master. The Purple Cloud Sea area was vast and boundless. Even in the depths of the sea area, it was still a considerable distance to reach the Purple Cloud Palace. It took a month. The big ship could only see the outline of the Purple Cloud Palace. Purple energy filled the sky. It shone in all directions like the rosy clouds. A palace sat on the sea area, as if it could suppress the world. True immortal ferocious beasts swam around, but they did not dare to let the waves splash on the Purple Cloud Palace. In front of the palace, the big ship stopped. A voice sounded in everyone's ears. In front of the Purple Cloud Palace, you have to walk in. If there is a violation, you will be expelled forever. Chapter 1071. On foot. Everyone's expression froze. They looked at the sea in front of the Purple Cloud Palace, which was completely covered by purple clouds. The big ship stopped in front of the purple clouds. Senior, since you've given the order, we'll go on foot. As Guiyu spoke, she took the lead and walked off the big ship. Seeing this, The others also came down one after another. After everyone got off the ship, he waved his hand and put away the big ship. Stepping on the purple clouds, it was like stepping on flat ground. The magical scene in front of them didn't shock too many people. After all, the people present were all celestial beings, and some of their methods had already reached an extraordinary level. Stepping on the purple clouds, they walked towards the purple cloud palace. Along the way, there were ferocious beasts swimming on both sides of the purple clouds, or some ferocious beasts straightened their bodies and looked at them with curious eyes. Curious looks, coupled with their ferocious faces. It gave people a very strange feeling. No one said anything because everything was under the control of the Master of Purple Cloud. Anything they said or did might upset the Master of Purple Cloud. If they offended him and were expelled, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. After all, they left Heavenly Pattern Island and went to the depths of the sea. They had unknowingly seen many of the Purple Cloud Palace Master's methods. They held great reverence for this mysterious supreme existence in their hearts. Step by step, they walked forward. The distracting thoughts in everyone's mind were getting fewer and fewer. Not long after, they had already arrived in front of the Purple Cloud Palace. On the plaque of the palace, 3 big words were written, Purple Cloud Palace. When they saw the 3 big words, they all felt a sudden shock in their hearts, as if they had seen a terrible existence. They hurriedly looked away, no longer daring to look at it. At this moment, the closed palace door opened. Gui Yu and the others hesitated for a moment, then stepped in. Inside, it was an empty flat ground. There were many futons placed there. Someone counted carefully and found that there were hundreds of futons, which was exactly the same number as them. At the very front, there was a lotus seat placed there. They felt something. Gui Yu took the lead and walked towards the few futons in front of the lotus platform, then sat down on one of them. At the same time, the others also seemed to have understood something and walked towards the futons in front of them. Very soon, the few praying mats placed in front were all filled with people. The others had no choice but to sit on other praying mats. Sitting cross-legged on the praying mats, there seemed to be some kind of power supporting them, which made their hearts more stable. Time passed. Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, there was only silence. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, there was a purple cloud floating in the sky. Everyone's expression changed. When they looked at the lotus platform again, a white-haired daoist was sitting there without them knowing when it had started. Greetings, Master of Purple Cloud. Everyone lowered their heads and saluted. After that, only then did they straighten up and look at the person before them. Hong Jun's expression was calm. He was neither happy nor sad. I have established the Purple Cloud Palace in the Purple Cloud Sea region. Since you are here, you will be considered disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace in the future. All disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace can listen to the Great Tao, but they should take it as their responsibility to promote the Purple Cloud Palace. In the future, you will have to travel the world and preach the Tao to all living beings. If you can't do that, you can leave now. After saying this, everyone did not move. Travel the world. Preach the Tao to all living beings. To them, it was just a small matter. It was not easy for them to come to the Purple Cloud Palace. It was impossible for them to go back with their tails between their legs. Besides, for a powerhouse to preach the Tao, it would be impossible for him to not have any requirements at all. Therefore, Hong Jun's words made them feel more at ease. If they had a request, it was normal for them to give him a favor. Seeing everyone's expressions, Hong Jun nodded slightly. As the saying goes, the Tao cannot be taught easily. This time, I did not set up any obstacles for the opening of the Purple Cloud Palace. However, if you come again, you have to walk through the Purple Cloud and go through the test before you can enter the Purple Cloud Palace again to listen to the Tao. People would not cherish things that were too easy to obtain. It was just that he did not set up any assessment checkpoints the first time in order to make the Purple Cloud Palace more popular. However, what he said later would not be as easy as it was now. He recalled the time when he preached the Tao in the first era. All living beings in the world, from the Emperor of Heaven to the mortals, All flocked to enter the purple cloud palace to listen to the Tao. Look at the present. Those sitting below were all cultivators of the celestial being realm, and none of them had broken through to the fourth level of the celestial being realm. If it was the first era, not to mention the third level of the celestial being realm, even the 10th level of the celestial being realm was not qualified to enter the purple cloud palace to listen to his preaching. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm would they barely have the chance. Hearing that, Gui Yu and the others felt their hearts tighten. In their opinion, if an expert like Hong Jun set up a checkpoint, it would not be easy to pass. Hong Jun looked at everyone's expressions and his expression did not change. Then he slowly opened his mouth and talked about the great Tao. There are thousands of Taos in the world, but they all lead to the same destination. If there is, as soon as he opened his mouth, thousands of purple clouds could be seen shaking between heaven and earth. Golden flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses surged on the ground. All kinds of strange phenomena made people's hearts tremble. In the purple cloud palace, when everyone saw this scene, they quickly calmed down and listened carefully to the great Tao that Hong Jun was talking about. The preaching this time. It was different from the preaching at other times. The preaching to the beasts in the beginning was mainly to awaken their intelligence. It was not a real preaching. But this time, in order to cultivate some talents for the Purple Cloud Palace, so that the Purple Cloud Palace could preach to the world, Hong Jun was also seriously preaching. As his words spread out, heaven and earth roared, and thousands of Taos came out together. The mother stream, which was usually invisible, directly appeared from the void. The thousands of Taos contained in the mother stream also seemed to be attracted by something and directly rushed out of the mother stream, hovering above the Purple Cloud Palace. The extremely rich rule power scattered on the people below. For a moment, everyone had some enlightenment in their hearts. Boom, soon. The aura of a person suddenly shook. Unknowingly, he had successfully broken through from the third level of the celestial being realm to the fourth level of the celestial being realm. He was considered to have stepped into the saint realm. When this person broke through, in less than a breath or two, others also broke through. Gui Yu, who was sitting in front, only felt that he was soaked in the mother stream of the rule power. The rich rule power allowed him to easily find the path he wanted to take. The subsequent breakthrough. It was a matter of course. Chapter 1072. The living beings on Heavenly Pattern Island all had the bloodline of ancient experts. Moreover, because Heavenly Pattern Island had never been connected to the outside world, the bloodline power had always been rather pure. As a result, the people on Heavenly Pattern Island were much more talented than ordinary people. In addition, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich now. If it weren't for the restrictions on Heavenly Pattern Island, not to mention the Saint Realm, even Almighties or true immortals might be born directly. Therefore, now that the restrictions were lifted and there was an expert preaching the Tao, then, breaking through from the third level of the heaven-human realm to the fourth level of the heaven-human realm was a simple matter. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. One cultivator after another broke through the boundary and successfully entered the saint realm. However, Hongjuan's preaching did not stop. On the contrary, until now, it was only the beginning. The people on the futons below all focused their minds and were completely immersed in the great Tao that the other party was preaching. Not long after, Gui Yu's body trembled and his aura rose by a lot. Obviously, he had broken through from the fourth level of the heaven-human realm to the fifth level of the heaven-human realm. As Hongjun preached, he glanced at Gui Yu. His a promising talent. He thought to himself. In his opinion, those who could digest the great Tao that he was preaching in such a short period of time were all talented. He didn't dare to say anything else in the future, but the probability of breaking through to the third level of the true immortal realm was not small. As for the Tao fruit, he couldn't be sure. Although in the first era, a few of his disciples had successfully advanced to the Tao fruit level, Hongjun knew very well that the breakthroughs of those disciples, apart from their own talent, were due to fate. Fate had already determined that the other party was destined to attain the Tao. If they didn't have the blessing of fate, Whether those disciples could attain the Tao was still a question. However, although Hongjun didn't dare to guarantee whether his disciples could attain the Tao fruit level, as a Tao ancestor, being able to listen to his preaching was a great opportunity in itself. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to break through to the third level of the true immortal realm in the future. There were hundreds of disciples now. As long as they didn't die midway, there would be at least a few true immortals in the future. However, ordinary true immortals couldn't enter Hongjuan's eyes. Only those who reached the third level of the true immortal realm could barely be considered qualified. He withdrew his thoughts. Hongjun didn't look at Guiyu and continued to preach. Outside the purple cloud palace, ferocious beasts were cheering. Even if they did not have intelligence, they could understand that every time Hongjun preached the Tao, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Those golden flowers and golden lotuses. Every time he absorbed it, his strength would increase by a little. That old thing Hongjun is starting to preach the Tao. In the depths of the heavenly abyss, Luo Hu, who was recovering from his injuries, sensed something and looked in the direction of the purple firmament sea. The previous few lectures had not caused much of a commotion, so he did not pay much attention to it. But it was different this time. The rules congratulated him. 10,000 Taos resonated. Clearly, Hongjun was seriously preaching the Tao this time. This also explained it. The other party had already recruited a group of disciples. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lecturing in such a serious manner. Hongjun has begun to preach the Tao. I cannot fall behind. I will preach the great Tao and recruit disciples so that my demonic Tao can roam the world. Luo Hu thought. Right now, the most suitable ones to inherit his great Tao were the fiends near Heaven Abyss. To tell the truth, he rather admired Sai Han Hai, the Devil Emperor. The other party's talent wasn't bad. His strength was not bad either. If he could listen to his lectures, he would be a good helper in the future. But, in Luo Hu's view, Sai Han Hai was proud and arrogant. He might not be willing to listen to his lectures. He did not care too much about this. A middle three true immortal, no matter how talented he was not to the extent that the Tao fruit could not forget him. If Sai Han Hai could not come, it would be the same if other fiends came. Anyway, even if he was a pig, Luo Hu was confident that he could nurture him into a powerhouse who could or a region. He did as he thought. With a thought, the vast fiend aura directly condensed into a black lotus in the sky above Heaven Abyss. The black lotus appeared. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun. The monstrous fiend aura and murderous aura were daunting. The fiend territory. The moment the black lotus appeared, all the fiends felt something. They turned their heads to look in the direction of Heaven Abyss and happened to see the black lotus bloom. Fiend ancestor Luo Hu. Sai Han Hai looked at the black lotus, and the expression in his eyes changed. Ever since he knew that Heaven Abyss had become Luo Hu's training ground, he was a little wary of that fiend ancestor, but also a little curious. After all, a Tao fruit realm existence lived in Heaven Abyss. For the demon race, this could be considered a great opportunity. During this period of time, Sai Han Hai had been waiting for Luo Hu to make a move. Now the black lotus bloomed. It could be considered a signal of sorts. The opportunity for the fiends has arrived. At this moment, without Sai Han Hai's order, there were already fiends heading towards Heaven Abyss. The black lotus bloomed. For some bold fiends, it was an irresistible temptation. For this reason, the fiends headed towards Heaven Abyss. Seeing this, Sai Han Hai had no intention of sitting idly by the fiends. Since it was an opportunity, then of course, there was no reason for him to let it go. He was now only a middle three true immortal. In the world, he could be considered a powerhouse. However, Sai Han Hai understood. In a sense, the middle three true immortals were just weaklings. During the expedition to Demon Abyss, any one of those supreme ancient fiend gods could easily kill 3 middle-level true immortals. And the Tao fruit powerhouses in the future were even more terrifying. Since then, Sai Han Hai was no longer satisfied with the status quo. He wanted to break through to a higher level. The upper 3 true immortals. And even the Tao fruit, that was what he should pursue. Compared to that realm, the middle three true immortals were too far away. The fiends felt something and headed towards Heaven Abyss. Heaven Abyss, which used to be inaccessible, had become much more peaceful. The remaining killing intent and negative emotions were all absorbed by the Black Lotus and the god-slaying spear at the bottom of Heaven Abyss, turning them into nourishment. Until now, Heaven Abyss was a place that anyone could easily set foot in. At the bottom of Heaven Abyss, Sai Hanhai appeared there. He first looked at the black pool, and the expression in his eyes changed again. As the demon emperor, naturally, he knew exactly what the pond water was. However, what really shocked Sai Hanhai was not the pool, but the spear placed in the pool and the black lotus growing there. A supreme treasure. A top supreme treasure. The moment he saw those things, such a thought emerged in his mind. However, Sai Hanhai had no intention of snatching them. To snatch something in front of a Tao fruit was to be tired of living. He retracted his gaze. He looked at the palace in front of him and slowly walked towards it. Chapter 1073. Tao preaching in the purple cloud sea. Tao preaching in the heavenly abyss. Ever since the existence of Tao fruits in these two places, the cultivators of the myriad races were very curious about these two places that were supposed to be dangerous. For this, many people ignored the danger and took the risk to enter. Tao fruits and opportunities. No one would not want them. The human race. The Great Zhao Imperial Court. Ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the court meetings of the Great Zhao Imperial Court were not held as frequently as before. They would only be held once every month or so. For the rest of the time, they would let the officials deal with some matters. In addition, now that the Heavenly Court had been established, the friction between the myriad races had decreased a lot. In addition, the Imperial Court's strength was increasing day by day, and there was no chaos within the human race. In the Imperial Court, the civil and military officials gathered. Emperor Zhao sat upright. Ever since he became Emperor Zhongyuan, the aura on his body had become stronger, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Your Majesty, there have been many mutants secretly causing trouble recently. They have destroyed some sects and forces and disturbed the people's lives. How should we deal with this matter? A minister stepped forward and bowed. Emperor Zhao's expression did not change, and his voice was calm. Just kill anyone who causes trouble. If the mutants don't die, then issue a wanted order and chase them out of the eastern continent. They can no longer stay in the human race. The mutants were different from the myriad races. With the deterrence of the Heavenly Court, the myriad races would be much more stable, but they could not completely intimidate all the mutants. The mutants causing trouble. That was something that happened often. However, now that the myriad races had increased their strength, there was a huge gap between them and the mutants, so the mutants who caused trouble were always in the minority. The Imperial Court also had zero tolerance for those mutants who caused trouble. Anyone who caused trouble. Almost all of them were killed without mercy. If the situation was bad, they would issue a wanted order. As long as those mutants were still in the eastern continent, there would be no place for them to stay. In any case, the Imperial Court would reward them handsomely. Even if the people of the Imperial Court did not make a move, the other mutants would not let those people off. Yes. The minister retreated again. Zhao Emperor looked at the ministers and said in a deep voice, now that the Heavenly Court has been established and all races are flourishing, there are still hidden dangers for the human race. The dissimilated people will be a big problem in the future. We must not show any mercy to any dissimilated people. Any variant humans who cause trouble will be put on the wanted list. Those who cause less serious trouble will be thrown into jail. He was very clear. What did the mutants rely on to increase their strength? For ordinary people, being sent to prison might not be a serious matter. But to the Inhumans, once they were sent to prison, their strength would be greatly restricted. It would not be easy for them to increase their strength in the future. As you command. The reason why the Dead Sea region changed its name to the Purple Firmament Sea region a few days ago was because the Dead Sea region was given to Dao ancestor Hongjun as a new dojo. Emperor Zhao said. Dao ancestor Hongjun. The ministers were all puzzled. They were very unfamiliar with Hongjun's name. Emperor Zhao said calmly, from the birth to the destruction of heaven and earth, it can be considered an epoch. The Dao ancestor is an expert of the first epoch. Now that he has set up a dojo in the Purple Firmament Sea region, I think he wants to preach the Dao. The human race of the East Continent is close to the Purple Firmament Sea region, so we can send people to look for some opportunities. Dao fruit opportunities. The human race had no reason to give up. Although it seemed that Hongjun was not on good terms with the Emperor of Heaven, that was a matter of the Dao fruit level. It did not affect people below the Dao fruit level. Or to put it bluntly, they were not qualified to intervene in the dispute of a Dao fruit expert. Therefore, the human race could not give up the opportunity in the Purple Firmament Sea region. Even if the human race did not want it, the other races would think of ways to go to the Purple Firmament Sea region to seek the opportunity. The first epoch. Dao ancestor Hongjun. Many people's hearts trembled. Although they were shocked by Hongjun's background, they knew how great the opportunity in the Purple Firmament Sea region was. If they could obtain the opportunity, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. Emperor Zhao said, but there are many ferocious beasts in the sea region. If you want to go to the Purple Firmament Sea region to look for the opportunity, the risk is not small. You can think about it yourselves. There was no intention of forcing them. But he was sure that the human race would definitely look for the opportunity in the Purple Firmament Sea region. Now that the news of the Purple Firmament Sea region had spread, many cultivators of the 10,000 races had entered the East Continent and then entered the sea region. In the past, the human race would definitely stop them. But now, on the surface, the 10,000 races were allies, and the human race had no way to stop them. They could only tacitly allow the 10,000 races to enter the sea region. Your Majesty, do you have any intention of entering the sea region? Someone cupped his hands and asked. My Dao is different. There's no need to enter the Purple Firmament Sea region. Emperor Zhao shook his head. He walked the human Dao, which was different from the other perfected immortals' Dao. The human Dao did not need anyone to guide him because he was the human emperor. He was an emperor. He had his own path to walk. The path that others pointed out would not be suitable for him. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Emperor Zhao had no intention of entering the Purple Firmament Sea region. He only wanted the other humans to enter the Purple Firmament Sea region. East Wen Prefecture. As a large prefecture near the sea region, few people had ever set foot in it. After all, although there were some resources in the sea region, it was also accompanied by great danger. Compared to the small opportunity, the danger was even more terrifying. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, very few people would explore the sea region. Even if they entered the sea region, they would not go deep into the sea region. They would only wander around the coast. But it was different now. The chaotic rules in the sea region had disappeared, and a supreme expert had set up a dojo in the depths of the sea region. After the cultivators of the 10,000 races received the news, they all flocked to the East Wen Prefecture. The cultivators of the 10,000 races gathered together, so there was naturally friction. As a top sect in the East Wen Prefecture, the Tuohai sect was also under a lot of pressure. However, the current Tuohai sect was no longer comparable to the previous Tuohai sect. Although Sai Hanhai had left, everyone knew that the Demon Emperor was from the Tuohai sect. With this relationship, the Tuohai sect's supreme status had already been established. It could be said that the Tuohai sect was considered the third largest force in the human clan, only below the Great Zhao Imperial Court and the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. Although the Tuohai sect was also incorporated into the Chenyuan Sacred Ground, the relationship behind it was no longer restricted by the Chenyuan Sacred Ground. In addition, with such an opportunity, the experts in the Tuohai sect also came out one after another. They even had a perfected immortal, and their strength was extremely tyrannical. Whenever someone caused trouble in the East Wen Prefecture, the Tuohai sect would directly come forward to deal with it. If it was an ordinary top sect, the 10,000 races might not give face, but the Tuorhai sect was different. In the face of such a sect, the cultivators of the 10,000 races had to be wary. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1074. While the myriad races were pursuing opportunities, Qin Shujian was cultivating in the heavenly palace. The time formation was his greatest reliance now. In his inner world, his mind had already transformed and he was walking inside. Hongjun, return. Now that the invasion of the true power is getting more and more serious, I don't have much time left. Qin Shujian thought of some emotions and his heart felt a little heavy. The invasion and assimilation of the true power was an inevitable thing. This was a good thing for the great wide world. Of course. Everything had its pros and cons. The invasion and assimilation of the true power caused the great wide world and even the universe to become more substantial, gradually breaking away from the original illusory state. As a result, it was equivalent to the entire great wide world and even the universe subliming to a higher level. The universe sublimated. The upper limit increased. Then, the power controlled by the living beings in the universe would not rise at the same time. The reason was very simple. The universe had sublimated and become stronger in all aspects. However, the living beings in the universe were still at the illusory level. It was extremely difficult for a living being at the illusory level to control the power of the true level. If they wanted to control the true power, there were only two possibilities. First, even the illusory living beings would shed their illusory essence and ascend to the true level. Then, they would be qualified to control the true power. Second, even if they had enough time to nibble away bit by bit, it was also possible to control the power of the true level in the illusory level. The universe is advancing, but it hasn't completely advanced to the true level yet. It's not to the extent that the living beings of the great wide world will completely lose their power. Only when the universe completes its transformation will the living beings of the great wide world fall into dust. But even so, the current changes in the universe have already affected the power of the Tao fruit level. Qin Shujian's expression changed. The weakening effect was from top to bottom. The first to be affected were the Tao fruit experts at the top of the universe. In the past, the Tao fruit was a supreme existence. Not to mention the power that leaked out from their bodies, even the name of the Tao fruit was inaudible to others. If a perfected immortal heard the name of the Tao fruit, they would even be shocked. But it was different now. The name of the Tao fruit had gone from being unheard to being heard. Others might not have noticed such a change, but Qin Shujian was very clear that this was a sign of the decline of the Tao fruit's strength. The advancement of an entire universe. If the living beings inside couldn't keep up, their power would inevitably decline. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping this change. Towards death and life. Get rid of the false and retain the truth. This was a necessary process for the universe to transform. Only by getting rid of the false and retaining the true can one be qualified to pursue true eternal life. Otherwise, the end of each epoch will shrink the space we can live in. Even if one is truly strong and survives the end of each epoch, it will still be impossible. But in the end, it was destroyed. Qin Shujian had experienced the end of an era. He had also faced death and life and entered the real world. When it came to certain matters, he was much clearer than other Tao fruits. The universe was currently shrinking. The rebirth after the destruction of each epoch was shrinking the living space of the universe. When the universe no longer had any living space, then the living beings in the universe would no longer have a chance. Qin Shujian didn't want his hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation to be in vain in the end. The others. They wouldn't be willing to accept this. Let's wait a little longer. It'll be soon. Qin Shujian shook his head and walked towards the human territory. It had already been 1 or 2 months since he entered the inner world. If it was the time of the inner world, it would be tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. In the inner world, the perfected immortals who were born earlier had almost all experienced the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Not every perfected immortal had the foundation to successfully transcend the tribulation. When facing the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, the number of perfected immortals who died in the world was not small. At the same time, the news of the establishment of the heavenly court also spread silently. The current myriad races were mainly focused on the establishment of the heavenly court. For this, the disputes among the myriad races were also inevitable. Qin Shujian had no intention of interfering in the disputes of the myriad races. Whether it was the human race or the other races, it didn't matter to him which race won. The evolution of the inner world naturally had its own path to take. What really mattered was, instead, it was the Zhu Bing that was enshrined by the inner world. He took a step forward. The void changed. Without making a sound, Qin Shujian had already entered the Emperor's palace. The human race was currently at war with the sea. The human emperor was personally leading the expedition, so there was no one in the palace. As for the outside of the palace, although there were people guarding it, no one could detect his appearance. Emperor of Heaven, the god-slaying saber, who was left in the pavilion, immediately noticed Qin Shujian's arrival. After so many tens of thousands of years, it would be a lie if he said that he wasn't excited. His figure transformed. The godslayer revealed his appearance. Looking at the person in front of him, Qin Shujian nodded with a smile. You've had a good time in the human race. How about it? Are you confident that you can survive the last tribulation? It absorbed the power of faith of the human race for tens of thousands of years. If it was another Zhu Bing, he would have advanced several levels long ago. After all, the number of the human race in the inner world was more than several times that of the human race in the great wide world. Accordingly, the power of faith provided was also several times more than that of the human race in the great wide world. In other words, tens of thousands of years in the inner world was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years of worship in the great wide world. One could imagine how powerful such a powerful power of faith was. Even if it was an 8 tribulation Zhu Bing, Qin Shujian believed that it was almost enough for him to survive 1 tribulation. Hearing this, the godslayer nodded. It's possible to survive the tribulation now, but the success rate is not high. I want to accumulate more time and wait for the tribulation to come automatically. Only when there was no way to advance would he start to transcend the tribulation. That way, he would have a greater chance. Qin Shujian did not object. It's good that you have an idea. Based on your current state, how long will it take for the tribulation to come automatically? If it's short, it'll take 30 to 50,000 years. If it's long, it'll take about 100,000 years. The godslayer replied without hesitation. He knew his own state very well. Based on the power of faith provided by the human race, tens of thousands of years would be enough for him to survive the tribulation. The only problem was whether he would fail the tribulation. After all, no matter what, there was a possibility of failure if the success rate of the tribulation was not 100%. In this universe, there had never been a 9 tribulation Zhu Bing. What the godslayer was doing now was equivalent to opening up a way forward. The difficulty could be imagined. Chapter 1075. 9 Moons Great World. In a ruin overgrown with weeds, one could vaguely see some of the past that had never disappeared. Yi Hong stooped down and picked up a plaque that was covered in moss. His true essence surged, and he easily wiped away the moss on it. The moss disappeared. Bright and clean words appeared on the plaque. Yi residents. I'm back. Yi Hong held the plaque in his hand with a complicated expression. He seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. In his sea of consciousness, Qin Er's voice sounded. Is this the Yi family that you used to be in? Yes, my Yi family was also a famous family back then. My father was a late-stage god martial realm expert and was quite famous in the 9 Moons Great World. Unfortunately, Yi Hong shook his head, his voice melancholy. Late-stage god martial realm. At that time, in his eyes, it was the sky that would never fall. Later, after the sky fell, he realized that late-stage god martial realm was not the sky. It was just a slightly stronger cultivator. My Yi family was destroyed back then. As the only survivor of the Yi family, if I don't take revenge, how can I face the ancestors of the Yi family? Yi Hong muttered to himself. Although the Yi family might have made a mistake by coming to cancel the engagement in the first place. But if it was just cancelling the engagement, the other party would at most lose some face. But as the price, the Yi family was destroyed and he was beaten into a cripple, struggling at death's door for several years. Such hatred. There was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. In the past, Yi Hong did not dare to come back to the Yi family. Because this was the Yi family. That enemy might send someone to guard here at all times, just to wait for him to come back. But now, he had no more scruples. The trash of the Yi family is indeed back. It's good that he's back. We don't have to look for him everywhere. Just take him down and give him to the family head. Two cold voices sounded behind Yi Hong. Yi Hong turned around. Just in time to see two monks, one fat and one thin, looking at him coldly. You're from the Xiao family? Yi Hong looked at them calmly as if he was looking at two dead people. That's right, we are from the Xiao clan. The clan head had long expected that you would return, so he sent us here to wait for you. He never thought that you would actually choose to come here to die instead of taking the path to heaven. If I can take you down, I believe the patriarch will reward me handsomely. Fat Tutuo laughed coldly again and again. In his view, Yi Hong was already unable to escape even if he grew wings. Thin Tutuo said coldly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? He's about to die, just take him down." While the two of them were talking, they were constantly paying attention to the changes in Yi Hong's expression. It was a pity. They didn't see the fear they wanted to see on each other's faces. Yi Hong's expression was calm. "Where's my sister? Is she in the Yi family now? You're talking about that little slut." The patriarch had long since gotten tired of her and threw her into the brothel. "If you want her, you can go look for her yourself. Maybe she hasn't been played to death yet." Fat Tutuo laughed lewdly, as if he was recalling something. "Speaking of which, your sister is really not bad." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a pain in his chest. Yi Hong, who was originally quite far away, had unknowingly closed in on his face. Looking down, one of the other's hands directly went into his chest. Puff! His palm pulled out, holding a throbbing object in the palm. Yi Hong squeezed hard and the throbbing object suddenly burst. Fat Tutuo pointed at the other with trembling fingers. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't have any way to open his mouth. Then, he fell down powerlessly. Seeing this, Thin Tutuo's expression changed greatly. "You actually killed him." What shocked him was not that Yi Hong dared to kill Fat Tutuo. In fact, the Yi family and the Xiao family were already mortal enemies. It was normal for the other to kill. What really shocked him was, it was Yi Hong's strength that could kill Fat Tutuo in seconds. You know, Fat Tutuo was a warrior in the late stage of the true martial force. His strength was not comparable to ordinary people. Yi Hong could kill him in seconds. He was definitely not an ordinary warrior in the spirit martial force. Immediately, Thin Tutuo just turned around and retreated. He didn't understand why Yi Hong, who had disappeared for a period of time, had become so powerful. But there was one thing that Thin Tutuo was very clear about. Yi Hong killed Fat Tutuo, so he definitely wouldn't let him go. He didn't want to die, so he could only leave first. A powerful warrior in the spirit martial force. In front of the big Xiao family, he was like an ant. As long as he could escape, there would naturally be someone to deal with Yi Hong. But Thin Tutuo's body had just moved when he felt a powerful force crushing down from the void, forcibly confining his body in place. The next moment, as the power fell, his body exploded. A warrior in the late stage of the true martial force simply fell. Yi Hong stood where he was without moving. To him, killing two people was no different from killing two ants. Originally, he didn't intend to kill the two people like that. However, Fat Tutuo's words completely enraged him. In the sea of consciousness, China silently watched this scene unfold. "What are you going to do now?" The Xiao family destroyed my Yi family. Naturally, I will destroy the Xiao family. Yi Hong's expression was indifferent. If it wasn't for the blood on his hands, no one would know that he had just killed 2 people. Qina said, "You don't want to save your sister first. She is not my sister." From the moment she surrendered to the Xiao family, she was no longer a member of my Yi family. Now, she brought this upon herself. If she cared about the face of the Yi family, she should have killed herself long ago. Now, she is still dragging out an ignoble existence. She is not a member of my Yi family. Yi Hong was indifferent and ruthless. He had already seen through many things. If the other party cared about the face of the Yi family and killed herself early, then he would destroy the Yi family, which would be revenge for her. Similarly, if the other party dragged out an ignoble existence, then she was not a member of the Yi family. Since she was not a member of the Yi family, then why should Yi Hong care so much? Now there was only one purpose, and that was to destroy the Xiao family. Qina didn't say anything about Yi Hong's change. Although the other party's approach was ruthless, there was no way to refute it. If he were Yi Hong, he would probably do the same. Immediately, Qina said again, "According to what you said, the patriarch of the Xiao family should also be the child of destiny. If you kill him, you will complete a part of the mission." "I know about this." Yi Hong nodded. The matter of the Xiao clan being the son of destiny, he had long been clear about it. If he wasn't the child of destiny, how could he rise so quickly? If he wasn't the child of destiny, how could he have the qualifications to destroy the Yi family? However, even if he was the child of destiny, the other party was destined to die in his own hands. Chapter 1076. The Xiao family. The current Xiao family was completely different from before. Ever since Xiao Xian succeeded to the throne, the Xiao family went from a declining family to a famous top family in the 9 Moons Great World. Xiao Xian. He was also a famous genius in the 9 Moons Great World. Before he was 20 years old, he was a mediocre genius. Later, he was crippled for some reason and was unknown since then. After 20 years old, he shocked the world with a single feat: 1 month true martial arts. Half a year spirit martial arts. 1 year half a divine martial arts. 3 years and he was already a heavenly being. In the 9 Moons Great World, a heavenly being was considered a top expert. Xiao Xian was only in his 20s and had already broken through to the heavenly being realm. One could imagine his talent. Almost everyone believed that as long as he did not die midway, he would definitely break through to the saint realm in the future. Because of that. Therefore, after Xiao Xian successfully broke through, the previous patriarch of the Xiao family abdicated and handed over the position of patriarch to Xiao Xian. Ever since Xiao Xian took over, the Xiao family had indeed been thriving. In a short period of time, they were qualified to dominate a region. In the Xiao family, a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was sitting at the head of the table, quietly listening to the reports of the people below. This was the current patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Xian. "Is the news accurate?" "Yes, I've already sent someone to check. The 2 of them have indeed died at the Yi clan's ruins. One of them was killed with a single blow, and the other's body was blown apart. It's a horrible sight," a man in a tight suit said in a deep voice. Hearing that, Xiao Xian's expression was calm but his voice was cold. "Good, very good. Since they dared to kill the people of the Xiao family, it seems that they have some background. Can you find out who did it?" "There's no news for now." At this point, the man looked hesitant. Seeing that, Xiao Xian glanced at him. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be afraid. I heard from the people around that they saw the Yi family. Yi Hong of the Yi family appeared and the 2 of them died. I suspect that it might be Yi Hong who did it." Bang! He tightened his grip on the teacup and the teacup fragments mixed with the tea spilled all over the ground. "What did you say?" Xiao Xian's eyes were cold. He was like a ferocious beast that could devour a person at any time. That terrifying aura. This caused that person's heart to tremble. His legs went soft and he knelt down. "Patriarch, Please calm down. This subordinate has only heard of this news. However, for the time being, there is no way to be completely sure. Furthermore, that trash Yi Hong has already been crippled by us. It's only been a few years, how could he have killed those two? The fat and thin monks were both warriors at the late stage of the martial realm. When the two of them joined forces, they could even fight against a warrior who had just entered the spirit martial realm. In his opinion, Yi Hong had already been crippled. It was impossible for him to grow to such a level in a short few years. Furthermore, besides, the fat and skinny monks were killed in one blow. To do this, I'm afraid only the late stage of the spirit martial force or even the god martial force could do it. Yi Hong is a trash. Even if he regains his talent, he would at most enter the genuine martial force in a few years. It's impossible to reach the late stage of the spiritual martial force or the god martial force. Hearing the explanation, the coldness on Xiao Xian's face dissipated a little. Investigate for me. I want to get the exact information. Yes. That person hurriedly left. After he left, Xiao Xian's face became cold again. The Yi family. Yi Hong. The Yi family used to be a famous family. Their ancestor had even reached the celestial being realm. Unfortunately, as the celestial being realm warrior passed away, the Yi family gradually declined. Of course, even if the Yi family declined, it was still much stronger than the original Xiao family. Otherwise, the Yi family would not have broken off the engagement. At its peak, the Xiao family was not a weak family. Later, it declined like the Yi family, and at a faster rate. It was because the Yi family had such a foundation that Xiao Xian was afraid. A big family that used to have a celestial being realm warrior might appear at any time. Only by destroying the entire Yi family could he completely eradicate the Yi family. Yi Hong, back then, you called me trash and looked down on me. So, I killed so many people of the Yi family, but I didn't kill you. I wanted you to become a real trash and experience what it was like back then. I didn't expect you to escape from my control. If you had concealed your identity, I might not have been able to find you. What a pity, you didn't take the path to heaven, but came to hell. Since you dared to appear, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Xian understood what it meant to grow again when the spring breeze blew. He didn't kill Yi Hong because Yi Hong had been crippled and was under his control. So, he didn't do anything. But now, it was different. Yi Hong had inexplicably escaped from his control, and now he had mysteriously returned. It seemed that his strength had greatly increased. Regarding this, Xiao Xian would not give him another chance. Thinking of this, he looked at the jade thumb ring in his hand and gently rubbed it. Venerable, do you think there is anything in the world that can restore a person with broken bones and a shattered dantian? As soon as he finished speaking, an old voice came from the jade thumb ring. Rumor has it that a long time ago, there was a magical pill in the world called the creation pill. It can revive the dead and restore flesh and bones. No matter how serious the injury, it can recover completely. Not only that, but those who take the creation pill will also become extremely talented. However, the creation pill has been extinct for many years. It's impossible for such a pill to exist in the world. The creation pill. Xiao Xian's expression changed slightly. Could it be that Yi Hong has his current strength because he took the creation pill? Impossible, the creation pill has been extinct for a long time. Yi Hong is a cripple, how could he get one? The voice from the jade thumb ring directly denied it. In his opinion, the creation pill was just a legend. Whether it really existed was still a question. As for Yi Hong, it was impossible for him to get the creation pill. After all, that kind of medicinal pill was incomparably precious and could not be compared to ordinary things. Even if the nature pill really existed in this world, no one would give this kind of medicinal pill to a cripple, let alone a cripple with no background. Before the Yi family was destroyed, Yi Hong still had some status. However, now that the Yi family was destroyed, the other party couldn't even compare to someone from a small family, let alone get a powerhouse to save him with the creation pill. It was denied. Xiao Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but the report from his subordinate still made him a little worried. Chapter 1077. Venerable, if Yi Hong really swallowed the cultivation pill, how strong will his talent be? Is it possible for him to reach the late stage of the spirit martial realm or even the god martial realm in a few years? Xiao Xian asked in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, the old voice of the Jade Ring said, "Your talent is the best in the world. That's why you can break through to such a level in just a few years. Even if Yi Hong swallowed the cultivation pill, his talent won't be as strong as yours. In a few years, he'll barely reach the spirit martial realm. It's impossible for him to break through to the god martial realm." I see. Xiao Xian nodded slightly. He had already calmed down a lot. He had a lot of trust in the soul hidden in the Jade Ring. It was all thanks to the guidance of the expert in the Jade Ring that he was able to grow to such a level. As far as Xiao Xian knew, the other party's name was Venerable. At his peak, he was a true immortal expert. However, due to an accident, his divine soul was not destroyed, so it was left in the Jade Ring. He knew very well what a true immortal was. The Nine Moons world was not a game world. Even in the game world, true immortal experts were the top existences of all clans. In the Nine Moons world, true immortals had long disappeared. For tens of thousands of years, there had not been any true immortals. The top experts were at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. However, there was an insurmountable gap between the 10th level of the celestial being realm and a true immortal. It could be said that a true immortal, even the weakest one, was much stronger than a celestial being. Crushing a celestial being was like crushing an ant. Such an expert, even if only his divine soul was left, was not comparable to others. Therefore, Xiao Xian was extremely respectful to this venerable. Immediately, he shouted coldly again, "Men, Patriarch, what are your orders?" A middle-aged man strode in. Xiao Xian said, "Is Yi-Wan doing anything unusual now?" Yi-Wan was Yi Hong's sister. She should have been Xiao Xian's wife. However, after getting the Jade Ring, he no longer liked Yi-Wan. Destroy the Yi family. After he got tired of Yi-Wan, he threw her to the brothel to take revenge for the humiliation she had given him in the past. Hearing this, the middle-aged man cupped his fists respectfully. "Patriarch, Yi-Wan is still in Myriad Flower Building. With your orders, no one dares to make Yi-Wan leave." "All right." Xiao Xian nodded with satisfaction and said, "Send my orders. Send people to keep an eye on Yi-Wan. If anyone sees Yi Hong, don't act rashly and report to me immediately." This subordinate obeys. "Go." Xiao Xian waved his hand and asked him to leave. Since Yi Hong had returned, he must have a purpose. Yi-Wan was a member of the Yi family, so he would definitely ask about her whereabouts. He believed it. Yi Hong definitely knew that Yi-Wan was in Wanhua Building. Wait until then. Yi Hong had gone to the 10,000 Flower Building to look for Yi-Wan, and then he had appeared and taken her down. Just as he thought. It was impossible for Yi Hong to leave Yi-Wan alone. After all, Yi-Wan wasn't an ordinary member of the Yi family. She was Yi Hong's biological sister and blood was thicker than water. "Yi Hong, just you wait. This time, I'll make it so that you won't be able to return. No matter what kind of opportunity you obtained, it will all be mine in the future." Xiao Xian's eyes turned cold. In the streets, people came and went. Yi Hong, wearing a bamboo hat, came to a tea house and sat down. Something worth mentioning was, the Nine Moons Great World was not much different from the Great Thousand World. The local conditions and customs were relatively similar. The difference was, the Nine Moons Great World was where cultivation and technology went hand in hand, unlike the Great Thousand World where cultivation was the most important. Yi-Wan from Wanhua Building is really something. You guys can go and have a try when you're free. TSK, she used to be the princess of the Yi family. She was high and mighty, haha. I'm not sure if she used to be high and mighty, but last night, I was really. The conversation in the tea house caused many people to laugh lecherously. Yi Hong's face under the bamboo hat remained calm. It was as if what the other party said had nothing to do with him. He put down the teacup. The table shook slightly. He dipped his slender fingers into the tea and then waved his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The air exploded. The heads of a few people who were talking loudly suddenly exploded. Blood spurted all over the ground, causing the people around them to let out ear-piercing screams. Murder. Oh no, someone died. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces turned terrifyingly pale. There was nothing they could do. The scene of a head exploding and blood gushing out was simply too bloody. A portion of the people's gazes landed on Yi Hong. They clearly saw that it was the other party who threw out a few drops of tea to kill them. He took off the bamboo hat. Gently placed it on the table. Yi Hong took out some money from his pocket and put it there. Then, he came in front of a person and asked softly, "Where is Wanhua Building?" On West Street." That person looked at Yi Hong in front of him. His face was pale, and his voice trembled. "Thank you." Yi Hong nodded and headed towards the Western Street. After he left, the people in the tea house recovered from their shock. "That's Yi Hong. It's Yi Hong from the Yi family. I didn't expect him to come back. Didn't I hear that Yi Hong was crippled by the Xiao family? Why is he so strong? He killed a few people with just a few drops of tea. He's definitely not ordinary. So what if he's strong? Xiao Xian is a diviner. Now that he's here, the Xiao family won't let him go." There's a good show to watch. Everyone in the tea house had a strange expression on their faces. However, when they saw the headless corpses, fear appeared on their faces. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Whether it was Yi Hong or the Xiao family, they couldn't provoke them. The few people who were killed by Yi Hong were also true martial realm cultivators. However, in front of Yi Hong, they didn't even have time to react before they were killed on the spot. The strength of the Yi family's young master. He was terrifyingly strong. However, after Yi Hong left, a few people in the tea house quietly left. On the other side, Yi Hong walked toward West Street at a steady pace, like a normal person taking a stroll. Some people's expressions changed when they saw him. The Nine Moons Great World was divided into several prefectures. The Yi family and the Xiao family were in the same city. Although the Yi family had declined in the past, it was still a top force in the city. As the young master of the Yi family, Yi Hong was naturally known by others. The current Yi Hong, except for his different aura, was not much different from the previous Yi family's young master. It was just a glance. Others could recognize him. At this point, the news of the Yi family's young master's return spread. Chapter 1078. Are you going to start a massacre? Qin Er's voice was heard in his sea of consciousness. He was more and more satisfied with Yi Hong now. After returning to the Yi family ruins, Yi Hong had undergone a transformation. His temperament had also matured a lot. To be honest, in the past, Qin Er only treated him as a tool to complete his task. But now, he really had the intention to nurture the other party. Even if the vast Thousand World and the Nine Moons Great World were not on good terms, it was not impossible to train someone from the Nine Moons Great World. Especially someone like Yi Hong. If he was willing to be a traitor, it would be easier to communicate. Hearing that, Yi Hong shook his head slightly. I'm not going to start a massacre. I just want to clean up the filth in the world. Clean up the filth in the world. Qin Er was silent. While the two were talking, Yi Hong had already arrived in front of Wanhua Tower. Looking at the scantily dressed woman who was soliciting customers at the door, he looked calm and walked in. Just as he was about to enter, an attendant came forward and asked with a smile, "Sir, you seem slightly familiar. May I know if you have any young ladies that you like? If you don't, then allow me to introduce her to you. She's the top beauty of our Myriad Flower Pavilion, and she's called Yi-Wan. She has an unusual background. She used to be the young lady of a big family." Now, before he could finish, Yi Hong waved his sleeve and a strand of energy shot out. The servant's body exploded. His body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered. The bloody scene caused the expressions of everyone in the myriad flower building to change drastically. Some scantily dressed girls even let out ear-piercing screams. Ah! Murder! Someone is here to make trouble. Get the guards here. Seeing that the people around him were fleeing, Yi Hong did not make a move. He just sat down at an empty table. Soon, a dozen guards with iron rods came in. The leader had a fierce face and looked ferocious. Who dares to be so bold as to kill and cause trouble in my 10,000 flower building? Are you looking down on me? He shouted angrily. Yi Hong still looked calm. Wang Er came closer. When he saw Yi Hong's face, his expression changed, and then it was full of sarcasm. I was wondering who it was. So it's young Master Yi. Why did young Master Yi suddenly come to my Wanhua building? Could it be that you're looking for Yi Wan? What a pity. If you're looking for Yi Wan, I'm afraid young Master Yi will have to line up. After all, Yi Wan is the top hostess of our Wanhua building. She has to receive many customers every day. Ha ha ha. When the other guards heard this, they all laughed out loud. His voice was full of sarcasm. Yi Hong stood up and came in front of Wang Er. His face did not show any anger. Instead, he asked calmly, "Where is Yi Wan now? If you tell me, I can give you a decent death." You are. Wang Er didn't have time to say too much. His left arm was pinched by a big hand. The bones inside were crushed into powder by a strong force. How dare you? You're courting death. When the other guards saw this, they were all enraged. They raised their iron rods and swung them at Yi Hong. To be able to become a guard, naturally, they were not ordinary people. In addition, the opening of the game world had greatly increased the strength of the Nine Moons Great World. The weakest person was almost at the true martial arts realm. The iron rods combined with true essence. That kind of power. If it hit an ordinary person, it would be enough to break their bones and turn them into a pile of minced meat. Yi Hong's face was slightly cold. A strong divine thought exploded from his body and directly blasted into the minds of all the guards. At that moment, their minds were destroyed. Their heads exploded. More than a dozen headless corpses fell directly to the ground. Where is Yi Wan? Yi Hong's eyes were still fixed on Wang Er. He had just killed more than a dozen people. It was as easy as killing more than a dozen ants. This scene. It made Wang Er despair. If I tell you where Yi Wan is, can you let me go? You don't have the right to negotiate with me. If you don't agree, I won't tell you even if I die. It was rare for Wang Er to be so tough. In his opinion, if Yi Hong wanted to know where Yi Wan was, he definitely couldn't kill him. However, as soon as Wang Er's voice fell, Yi Hong directly twisted his neck. Wang Er didn't react until the moment he breathed his last. His body fell to the ground. The energy on Yi Hong's body exploded and instantly swept across the huge Wanhua building. In an instant, the Wanhua building was turned into ruins. All the people who stayed in the Wanhua building and didn't have time to escape were also destroyed together with the Wanhua building. The Wanhua building was destroyed. The huge shock also attracted the attention of others outside. At this moment, the Xiao family also happened to arrive at the scene. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause was heard. Yi Hong turned his head and saw the face of a person he had wanted to kill day and night. Xiao Xian. But the difference was that when he saw Xiao Xian now, he didn't have that kind of monstrous anger, only cold murderous intent. Xiao Xian. Yi Hong, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Not only did you not die, but you also recovered your cultivation. This is really unexpected. Looking at the person in front of him, Xiao Xian's eyes were also filled with amazement. He was really shocked by Yi Hong's strength. Being able to destroy the Wanhua building in an instant was definitely not something an ordinary spiritual martial realm could do. Especially now. Xiao Xian realized that he couldn't see through Yi Hong's strength, and he was even more shocked. However, he wasn't worried that Yi Hong was stronger than him. He only thought that Yi Hong had obtained some kind of treasure to hide his aura, which was why he could detect him. Hearing that, Yi Hong looked indifferent. If I don't destroy the Xiao family, how can I die willingly? Well said. Not many people have the courage to destroy the Xiao family like you. Xiao Xian praised him, then pulled a plain-clothed woman into his arms and sneered. But Yi Hong, do you still remember her? Yi Hong glanced at the woman, his face expressionless. Yi Wan. He thought that Yi Wan had just died in the Wanhua building, but he didn't expect her to be by Xiao Xian's side. Brother, don't worry about me. Go. Yi Wan's pale face was filled with anxiety. Xiao Xian is not someone you can deal with. Go and don't come back. Facing her words, Yi Hong said indifferently, it's not up to you whether I leave or not. If you still think you're a member of the Yi family, then kill yourself. Don't bring shame to the Yi family anymore. Otherwise, from now on, you're no longer a member of the Yi family. His indifferent tone and his words made Yi Wan's pretty face turn pale. It was hard for her to imagine that her brother, who used to love her, would say such heartless words. Chapter 1079. Great. What a heartless person, but I really want to know if what you said is true. Xiao Xian grabbed Yi Wan's neck and looked at Yi Hong coldly. Kneel down now, destroy your dantian and break your arms, or I'll kill her immediately. Hearing that, the rest of the people looked at Yi Hong mockingly. They didn't believe what Yi Hong said at all. In everyone's opinion, Yi Hong said that to make Xiao Xian ignore Yi Wan so that he could take the opportunity to save her. Yi Wan, whose neck was being grabbed, had despair and hope on her pale face. Destroy your dantian and break your arms. A smile appeared on Yi Hong's face, and then he laughed loudly, his voice full of sarcasm. Hearing his laughter, Xiao Xian was displeased. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your wishful thinking. Yi Hong stopped laughing and his face became cold again. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura rose from his body as if it could crush the sky. After sensing this aura, everyone around seemed to have encountered a terrifying existence. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were forced to step back by the aura. Some people who were weaker couldn't retreat in time, and they spat out blood and collapsed on the ground. Fat. Yi Wan, who was being held by Xiao Xian, was the first to bear the brunt of this aura, and blood kept flowing out of her mouth. Yi Hong walked forward step by step. Since you're not going to do it, let me do it myself. Heavenly being. Seeing Yi Hong approaching step by step, Xiao Xian's face turned pale. He had thought that Yi Hong's strength would become very strong. He had thought that Yi Hong would transform into a god martial arts realm cultivator. However, Xiao Xian didn't care whether Yi Hong would become stronger or reach the god martial arts realm, because he was a heavenly being. To a heavenly being, cultivators below the heavenly being level were no different from ants. No matter how strong Yi Hong was, he couldn't be stronger than him, which was why he had been fearless from the beginning and didn't take Yi Hong seriously at all. But it was different now. The aura leaking out from Yi Hong's body was not something an ordinary cultivator could possess. Even though Xiao Xian was an expert of the celestial realm, he still felt a lot of pressure. From this, it could be seen. The man in front of him was already a diviner. Celestial. The faces of the people who were forced back by Yi Hong's aura changed drastically when they heard this. When they looked at Yi Hong again, their eyes were filled with horror. Celestial beings. How could he be a celestial? How could a piece of trash from the Yi family advance so quickly in just a few years? Could it be that he also had some kind of powerful opportunity, just like Xiao Xian from the Xiao family? As for Xiao Xian, actually, everyone was very clear that for the other party to be able to grow to such a level, it was definitely not as simple as talent. The Xiao clan's clan head had a great opportunity. Before Xiao Xian grew up, there were also many people who coveted the opportunity on him. However, after Xiao Xian broke through to the heavenly person realm, no one dared to covet his opportunity. The reason was simple. Deva experts were pinnacle existences in the Nine Moons' great world. Even if they were both Deva, they would not be willing to provoke another Deva if it was not necessary. Xiao Xian had absolute strength, so others did not dare to covet too much. It was obviously the same for Yi Hong now. All of a sudden, some of the people who stood on the Xiao clan's side began to waver. Yi Hong is actually a deva. Can Xiao Xian deal with him? It's hard to say. It's not that easy for a deva to kill another deva. I'm afraid Yi Hong really won't die today. This is troublesome. Hearing this, many people's hearts sank. If Yi Hong didn't die, they would be in big trouble. Judging from the other party's ruthlessness, they, who had sided with the Xiao family, would not have a good ending. It was the simplest. If Yi Hong hid in the dark and killed them one by one, even Xiao Xian would not be able to stop him. That was the terrifying thing about being a lone wolf. It was still fine for experts with family forces. After all, with such a large family as a burden, it was impossible for them to really kill people as they pleased. However, Yi Hong was different. The Yi family had been destroyed long ago. Now, only Yi Hong and Yi Wan were left in the Yi family. And judging from Yi Hong's ruthless means, it was obvious that he really wanted to kill Yi Wan. In this way, the other party was truly alone. Brother, Yi Wan kept coughing up blood, and a gratified smile appeared on her pale face. Deva. Her brother was a deva. As long as Yi Hong was still alive, he would definitely be able to revive the Yi family. Then, it did not matter whether she died or not. All of a sudden, Yi Wan's body shook, and a wisp of black blood flowed out. Her entire body became weak. Suicide by poison. Xiao Xian frowned, loosened his grip on Yi Wan's neck, and retreated. He did not expect her to have poison in her mouth. However, Xiao Xian did not feel much about Yi Wan's suicide by poison. Anyway, she was dead and it did not affect him at all. Yi Wan's body fell to the ground. Yi Hong did not stop. He first waved his hand and wrapped the other party's body with earth energy and sent it far away. Then, he threw a punch at Xiao Xian. It was a simple punch. Air billowed in the air. That powerful pressure made Xiao Xian fearless. All right, let me see just how strong you are, a celestial. He smiled ferociously. Instead of retreating, he also threw a punch. Boom. The two fists collided in the void, and a terrifying force spread in all directions with the two as the center. All the buildings that were affected were instantly turned into ashes. Some of the weaker cultivators who were closer were swept away by the shockwave and instantly lost their lives. The remaining cultivators all retreated in a sorry state. There was no other way. The waves from a fight between Deva realm cultivators were too powerful. The aftermath of that overflowing wave could easily wipe out a true martial realm cultivator. Even a spirit martial realm cultivator would find it difficult to resist. Only those who had reached the god martial realm could be considered qualified to not be affected by the aftermath. But one thing had to be clear. Even if one could enter the game to improve their strength, there were still very few god martial realm cultivators in the Nine Moons Great World. Those who could enter this realm were considered high-level combat power. Not to mention the god martial realm. Even those who entered the spirit martial realm could be considered superior in some cases. As for Deva realm cultivators, that was an existence on another level. Therefore, there were very few people who could resist the aftermath of the battle between the two. Chapter 1080. The two fists collided. Yi Hong did not retreat, but Xiao Xian took a step back uncontrollably as if he had been struck by lightning. A step away. The Xiao family head's expression changed drastically. Impossible. In his imagination, even if Yi Hong had broken through to the diviner realm, he would not be a match for him. However, when it was time to fight, Xiao Xian was shocked to find that he was actually at a disadvantage. How was that possible? He did not follow the traditional system, but used a more powerful system to break through to the diviner realm. Moreover, he was not as simple as an ordinary diviner realm cultivator. He had reached the third level of the diviner realm. The third level of the diviner realm. The peak of the master realm. There was only a thin line separating them from the saint realm. In comparison, Yi Hong had been crippled for so many years. Even if he really turned the situation around, it was absolutely impossible for him to catch up and break through to a higher realm than him. Therefore, Xiao Xian began to doubt his life. He, who had always been known as a genius, began to doubt himself for the first time. However, Xiao Xian fell into self-doubt. Yi Hong had no intention of holding back and instantly launched an attack. Facing that powerful oppression, Xiao Xian did not have time to think so much and could only calm down to deal with it. In his sea of consciousness, Qin Er's voice sounded, "This Xiao Xian is not as simple as an ordinary diviner realm cultivator. He has reached the third level of the diviner realm, and I found that he did not take the ordinary path, but the physical sanctification technique. Generally speaking, a third-level diviner realm cultivator of the physical sanctification technique is qualified to fight against a fourth-level or even fifth-level diviner realm cultivator. But you are stronger than him. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture is a top technique in the Great Thousand World. Even if you are at the first level of the diviner realm, it will not be a problem for you to defeat him." As the Tao Fruit Incarnation. In Qin Er's eyes, the two of them were as good as nothing. Xiao Xian thought that he had hidden it well, but he did not know that Qin Er had seen it clearly. After hearing Qin Er's words, Yi Hong calmed down again. Immediately after, he laughed out loud, "Xiao Xian, you are already a cultivator at the third level of the Heaven Being Realm, and I am only at the first level of the Heaven Being Realm, but you actually failed to defeat me. It seems that your so-called genius is not worthy of your name. First tier of the Celestial Being Realm? Impossible." Xiao Xian gritted his teeth, not believing Yi Hong's words at all. First tier of the Heaven Being Realm? How could he be at the first level of the Heaven Human Realm? He had received the teachings of a true immortal and was constantly receiving pointers from him. Even though he was only at the third level of the Sky Human Realm, he was still able to defeat ordinary saints. He had always been the one to fight above his level, and no one had ever been able to surpass him. Inside the Jade Thumb Ring, an old soul looked at the battle in the outside world with a shocked expression on his face. Impossible. Xiao Xian has a divine body that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. Moreover, he's cultivated my Sky Tyrant mystic art. Even if it was 100,000 years ago, his strength would be enough to dominate a place. At the third level of the Celestial Being Realm, he's comparable to a fifth-level celestial being. What's the background of this person? He can crush Xiao Xian, who's at the third level of the Heaven Human Realm. If that was really the case, then the other party was an era-suppressing genius. He did not believe that such a person could be born in this era. It's fake. He definitely can't be at the first level of the Heaven Human Realm. Don't be fooled by him. The old voice sounded in Xiao Xian's mind. Although he realized that he could not see through Yi Hong's strength, it was obvious that the other party had cultivated some kind of technique to hide his aura. But it did not matter. With his own vision, even if the other party hid his aura, he could still deduce something. He got an answer. Xiao Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Supremacy had said that the other party could not be at the first level of the Heaven Human Realm, then he definitely was not at the first level of the Heaven Human Realm. After he breathed a sigh of relief, an even stronger killing intent surged in him. Yi Hong's words were nothing more than trying to destroy his Taoist heart. You want to destroy my Taoist heart? You deserve to die. Xiao Xian's eyes were cold as a powerful force erupted from his body. Countless forces intertwined, causing a domineering figure to appear in the void. Roar. The figure roared at the sky, and the sound seemed to be able to shake the ages. As the summoned figure, Xiao Xian's strength suddenly surged. For a moment, Yi Hong felt some pressure from his body. But he was not afraid because of that. He completely activated the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, and the originally clear sky instantly darkened. Purple thunderbolts were lingering above. In the next breath, Yi Hong's body was covered with purple lines as if they were living thunderbolts. As a terrifying aura spread, he threw a punch, and purple thunderbolts fell from the sky. Crack! The thunderbolts broke through the sky, shattering everything. The domineering figure roared again and again, but in front of the thunderbolts, there was nothing he could do. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. It could not only use the power of the thunderbolts to strengthen the body, but also control the thunderbolts of heaven and earth to fight against the enemy. Moreover, the purple heaven divine thunder scripture did not just summon ordinary thunderbolts. In an instant, Xiao Xian was directly struck by the thunderbolts and almost fell down. His pitch-black skin cracked, and blood flowed out. He was no longer as elegant as before. What a powerful thunder technique! The old soul in the jade ring was also shocked at this moment. Even with his vision, it was the first time he had seen such a powerful thunder technique. Just the thunderbolts summoned almost suppressed a divine body. That kind of power. It was terrifying. Moreover, Yi Hong was only in the celestial being realm, so he definitely could not exert the full power of that thunder technique. If he waited for the other party to grow up and then really used it, then even a perfected immortal would have to retreat. While the old soul was still in shock, Yi Hong had already completely suppressed Xiao Xian. He controlled the thunderbolts with one hand. At the same time, the powerful body forged by the purple heaven divine thunder scripture was also unparalleled. In the face of such an attack, Xiao Xian had no way to resist at all. Boom! Boom! Punch after punch, Xiao Xian was beaten until he kept coughing up blood. Yi Hong had a crazy smile on his face. Is this the genius of the Xiao family? Trash is trash. You used to be trash, and now you are still trash in my eyes. So what if you are in the third level of the celestial being realm? You are just trash who became a celestial being. Shut up. Xiao Xian was furious. However, before he could finish his words, a huge fist had already entered his sight. Boom! The terrifying punch directly exploded Xiao Xian's head, and the aftermath of the power spread down, creating a huge pit in the ground. His head exploded. His physical body died. Xiao Xian's divine soul immediately separated from his physical body and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Yi Hong directly controlled the power of the thunderbolts and struck at Xiao Xian's divine soul. No, Xiao Xian's divine soul looked horrified, and in the next breath, it was drowned by the power of the thunderbolts. Chapter 1081. Xiao Xian was dead. It happened in the blink of an eye. When the others came back to their senses, his headless body had already fallen to the ground. Then, they saw Yi Hong's cold gaze turn towards them and the others. Young Master Yi, we have nothing to do with the Xiao family. That's right, we're not close to Xiao Xian. Young Master Yi, those people all retreated step by step with fear on their faces. They had to be afraid. Yi Hong was too powerful. Even someone as strong as Xiao Xian was no match for him and was killed by him. Everyone knew that once Xiao Xian died, the Xiao family would be doomed. How could a family without a heavenly being resist a vengeful heavenly being? So, it was inevitable that the Xiao family would be destroyed. When Xiao Xian was still alive, they were willing to work for the Xiao family because they hoped to get some benefits from the Xiao family. But now, Xiao Xian was already dead, and the Xiao family's ship was already riddled with holes. They could be destroyed at any time. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to stand with the Xiao family? If that was the case, it was no different from courting death. Die. Yi Hong's expression was indifferent as he struck out with his palm. The palm aura enveloped the entire void and directly covered everyone present. In the next breath, the palm aura fell. The bodies of all the cultivators who were touched by it exploded instantly, and they died completely. He had no intention of keeping these fence-sitters alive. Kill them. It was clean. Looking at Xiao Xian's body on the ground, Yi Hong planned to turn around and leave. Wait. Qin Er's voice stopped him in his mind. Hearing that, Yi Hong couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Senior, what happened? Go and take off the jade thumb ring on Xiao Xian's left hand. There's something in it that looks quite interesting. Jade thumb ring. Yi Hong was stunned. He turned around and looked at Xiao Xian's body. There was indeed a jade thumb ring on his hand. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with it. However, Yi Hong had 100% trust in Qin Er. Since the other party had something, then he must have something. The energy was like a knife that cut off Xiao Xian's finger. The jade thumb ring fell off, and in the next breath, it was in his hand. The moment Yi Hong held the jade thumb ring, an aged voice sounded from within. "Brat, your strength is not bad. Who is it?" The sudden sound made Yi Hong a little vigilant. Soon, he found the source of the sound. Jade thumb ring. There really was something inside. China didn't speak in his mind, so he had to communicate with him himself. "Who the hell are you? How dare you play tricks in front of me? I'm not trying to be mysterious. I'm a true immortal from 100,000 years ago. My name is Tyrant God Supremacy. Xiao Xian was able to achieve what he has today all because of my guidance. Now that he's dead and you've received my guidance, it won't be difficult for you to become a true immortal." The old soul inside the jade thumb ring said proudly. Although Xiao Xian had died, the arrival of an even more powerful Yi Hong was a good thing for him. The person who inherited the legacy. The stronger, the better. Although Yi Hong wasn't weak now, Supremacy Tyrant God was confident that his title as a true immortal was enough to make the other party obey him. A true immortal from 100,000 years ago, Supremacy Tyrant God. After hearing Supremacy Tyrant God's words, Yi Hong was indeed shocked, but he quickly reacted. A true immortal. In the Nine Moons Great World, it had indeed been extinct for many years. However, in the Great Wide World, there were simply too many true immortals. Moreover, he still had the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in his body. What was the Emperor of Heaven? He was a supreme expert who ruled over thousands of true immortals. In comparison, Supremacy Tyrant God's level fell by a lot. In the Sea of Consciousness. China also heard Supremacy Tyrant God's words and had a faint smile on his face. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect to see the remnant soul of a true immortal here. Kid, put him in the Sea of Consciousness. I'll have a chat with him. Yes. Yi Hong replied in his heart. Then, he looked at the jade thumb ring and said, "Supremacy Tyrant God, I've never heard of you. However, since you're a true immortal senior, it's not appropriate for you to stay in the jade thumb ring. I wonder if senior is willing to stay in my Sea of Consciousness." Supremacy Tyrant God was stunned. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Stay in the Sea of Consciousness. One had to know that the Sea of Consciousness was the lifeline of a cultivator. Once one entered the Sea of Consciousness, things would not be so simple. Originally, Supremacy Tyrant God was still thinking about how to find an excuse to enter Yi Hong's Sea of Consciousness in the future, but he did not expect the other party to take the initiative to invite him. There must be a reason for this abnormality. As an ancient true immortal, he was not a fool. There was a moment of hesitation in his heart. But very quickly, this hesitation was dispelled. There was no other reason. He was an ancient true immortal. There were no longer any true immortals in the Nine Moons Great World. Even if he was left with a remnant soul, he was still not someone a heavenly being could contend against. If he entered the Sea of Consciousness, even if Yi Hong had a backup plan, he would not be able to threaten him. In that case, he had been silent for tens of thousands of years and finally had a chance to seize a body and be reborn. He was extremely excited. However, Supremacy Tyrant God's tone remained calm on the surface. Since you have such intentions, there's no problem. Let go of the Sea of Consciousness, I'll go in now. All right. Yi Hong's divine thought attached to the jade thumb ring and then released the seal on the Sea of Consciousness. Supremacy Tyrant God followed the divine thought and directly entered the Sea of Consciousness. As soon as he entered the Sea of Consciousness, he was a little shocked. Because Yi Hong's Sea of Consciousness was so vast that it was not something an ordinary heavenly being could possess. However, after the shock, it was replaced by great joy. Ha ha ha. Great, I didn't expect such a talented body to be sent to me when I, Supremacy Tyrant God, am about to disappear. Kid, don't worry, I will definitely use your body to reach the peak of this world in the future. This way, you will be able to rest in peace. Supremacy Tyrant God laughed wantonly. He no longer hid anything and directly revealed his true nature. Hearing the other party's arrogant words, Yi Hong had a strange expression. "Senior, you are indeed up to no good, but why don't you take a look at the surroundings first?" He had long guessed that supremacy tyrant god was up to no good. After all, how could an opportunity be sent to him for no reason? If Xiao Xian did not die, it was very likely that he would be seized and reborn in the future. In the sea of consciousness. Supremacy tyrant god's laughter came to an abrupt end because Yi Hong's words and reaction were beyond his expectations. He immediately began to observe the environment in the sea of consciousness. When he saw a person looking at him with a smile. At that moment, supremacy tyrant god felt as if his divine soul had been frozen. Chapter 1082. Who exactly are you? Tyrant God Supremacy looked at the person in front of him. His divine soul seemed to be frozen, and a feeling of helplessness made him feel a deep sense of despair. An expert. An extremely terrifying expert. Even though Qin did not use any divine ability, Tyrant God Supremacy could basically conclude that the person in front of him was someone he could not fight against. He never would have thought there was such an existence hidden in Yi Hong's consciousness. But on second thought, it was a matter of course. A piece of trash could rise to such a level in just a few years and kill the genius he cultivated. If he did not have a strong enough opportunity, how could he have done it? Senior. This junior did not know that this consciousness already had an owner. Please forgive this junior. This junior will leave now. Tyrant God Supremacy did not have the slightest bit of stubbornness and immediately gave in. Qin had a strange expression as he watched the other party beg for mercy. He was still very stubborn at the beginning. He did not expect him to give in so quickly. However, he secretly nodded at the other party's understanding of the situation. Tyrant God Supremacy's personality could not be separated from the fact that he could become a true immortal and not completely die until now. Immediately, he looked at Tyrant God Supremacy and said calmly, "I have some things I want to know from you. If you tell me, I may give you a chance to live. Senior, please speak. This junior will tell you everything he knows." Tyrant God Supremacy hurriedly replied. Seeing that the other party was so obedient, Qin did not really attack. "You said that you are a true immortal of the Nine Moons Great World 100,000 years ago. Then why did you die? Senior, you don't know?" Tyrant God Supremacy looked surprised. When he saw Qin's indifferent gaze, he quickly reacted. 100,000 years ago, all Tao's collapsed. Heaven and earth went from prosperity to decay. The upper limit of the world fell from true immortal to diviner. We true immortals are closely related to heaven and earth. When heaven and earth decayed, we could only be forced to die. But this junior was lucky enough to obtain a treasure and was able to entrust my divine soul to it, so I did not completely die. Speaking of this matter, Tyrant God Supremacy's face was also full of unwillingness. He was a true immortal with hopes of reaching a higher realm in the future, but because of the decay of heaven and earth, he had to die midway. Countless years of bitter cultivation. However, they were all reduced to nothing in an instant. He was unwilling to accept this. One could imagine. On the other side, after Qin heard the other party's words, his expression changed slightly. Heaven and earth are decaying, all Taos are crumbling, and the limits of heaven and earth have fallen from true immortal to empyrean. That's why Tyrant God Supremacy has fallen, and why no true immortal has appeared in the Nine Moons realm. In an instant, he understood many things. Shortly after, Qin thought of something else. So even if it is the real world, there is no way for it to be eternal. He had always thought so. As long as the universe was upgraded, the great wide world would be able to escape the fate of ending the universe every once in a while. Who would have thought that there would be a day when the real world would decay? If that's the case, then wouldn't my pursuit be a waste of effort? Qin began to doubt himself. Overlord God Knight stood at the side and remained silent. He looked at Qin, whose face was cloudy and uncertain, and did not dare to say anything to disturb him. From the other party's words, he could basically deduce some things. The person in front of him was definitely not an expert of the Nine Moons realm. It was very simple. The other party did not know about the collapse of all Daos 100,000 years ago. That was enough to explain the problem. As long as one was a true immortal of the Nine Moons realm, they would know about this. In Overlord God Knight's eyes, China should also be a true immortal, but much stronger than him. No. That's not right. The real world would definitely not be destroyed so easily. There must be a possibility. Thinking of this, China came back to his senses and looked at Overlord God Knight. That look. It made Overlord God Knight's heart tremble. I'll ask a question, and you'll answer one. If there is any concealment or nonsense, I'll directly erase you. Senior, please feel free to speak. If the Nine Moons realm decays, do you really have no chance of survival? Of course there is a chance. As long as you cut off your connection with the world, you will not be affected. However, cutting off your connection with the world involves karma. Unless you have a supreme treasure, you cannot succeed. This junior does not have a supreme treasure that can cut off karma. Therefore, you can only fall along with the world's decay. Overlord God Knight said whatever he wanted to say. Cut off karma. Qin Er's expression changed. As expected, the true immortals of the Nine Moons realm did have a chance of survival. This was the real world. There was a chance of survival in the real world. Of course. In reality, there was a chance of survival in an illusory world, which was to get rid of the false and retain the true. However, to do so was much harder than cutting off karma. Subsequently, China asked again, outside of the Nine Moons realm, are there other worlds, or even worlds of a higher level than the Nine Moons realm? Of course there are. Overlord God Knight nodded. The Nine Moons realm before it decayed was a true immortal level world. After it decayed, it could only be considered a heavenly human level world. Above the true immortal level, there are worlds that can accommodate grand heavenly beings. It is said that there are other things above grand heavenly. It's a pity that this junior's strength is too low, so there's no way for me to know too much. True immortal. Grand heavenly. China raised his eyebrows. From Overlord God Knight's words, he could tell that there was something different from the universe. Above the true immortal level, there was a realm called Grand Heavenly. It was the same principle. The higher the level of the world, the longer that world could exist. If the Grand Heavenly world could not exist forever, then what about beyond Grand Heavenly? The thoughts in China's mind spun, allowing him to understand a lot about the real world. Immediately after, he thought of something else. The Nine Moons realm was about to decay, but the other party was connected to the Great Thousand World. It was very likely that they wanted to plunder the power of the Great Thousand World, so that the Nine Moons realm could walk out of the haze of decay and return to its former glory. Regarding this matter, although Qin Er was not completely sure, he had a big guess. Then, he looked at Overlord God Knight, who was shivering at the side and had the urge to devour the other party's soul. However, after thinking about it, although Overlord God Knight was only a remnant soul of a true immortal, he was not in his peak state now. Even if he forcefully devoured the soul, there was no way to get more. On the contrary, if he kept the other party, it might be useful in the future. Chapter 1083. You can stay here from now on. If you do your best, I'll give you a chance to be reborn. China said calmly. Tyrant God Supremacy became excited when he heard that. Senior, are you serious? I've never lied. Junior will definitely do his best. As long as Senior has any instructions, I will definitely not refuse. Tyrant God Supremacy was a lackey. In his current state, it would be best if he could preserve his life and be reborn in the future. To be honest, if a perfected immortal took over the body of some mediocre person, he would have the identity of a scholar. It was because of that. That was why Tyrant God Supremacy chose Xiao Xian. In terms of talent, if it was 100,000 years ago, Xiao Xian would be qualified to become a perfected immortal, and not just an ordinary one. However, the current Yi Hong was clearly much more powerful. However, Tyrant God Supremacy also understood that although Yi Hong was talented, he was not someone he could covet. This mysterious expert might have already planned it. He had made a mistake when he wanted to snatch the body from the other party. The conversation in the Sea of Consciousness could not be hidden from Yi Hong's senses. After all, the Sea of Consciousness was his own. After the two of them finished talking, he could not help but ask, "Senior, if what he said is true, then I won't have a chance to break through to the perfected immortal realm?" 10,000 Tao collapsed. The world decayed. Tyrant God Supremacy's words almost meant that there would be no more perfected immortals in the Nine Moons' great world. If that was the case, then what was the point of cultivating hard? The upper limit was sealed. It was already hopeless enough. Qin said calmly, "If you can't become an immortal in the Nine Moons' great world, then go somewhere else. With me around, a perfected immortal won't be able to stop you." Hearing that, Yi Hong was immediately relieved. Indeed, the perfected immortal realm was an insurmountable gap for them, but for Qin, it was just that. However, he could not help but mourn for the others in the Nine Moons' great world. How sad. If the truth were to spread, many people's Tao hearts would probably collapse. "What do you plan to do now?" Qin-er's voice sounded in his mind. Yi Hong's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Since Xiao Xian is dead, of course I have to destroy the Xiao family. Since the other party had destroyed the Yi clan, then he would destroy the Xiao clan. This could be considered reciprocity. Requite evil with good. That was impossible." After saying that, he turned and walked in another direction. Yi Wan's corpse was lying there at that moment. There was quite a bit of dust on her clothes. That was the commotion caused by the battle between the two of them. In order to prevent Yi Wan's body from being destroyed, Yi Hong purposely placed her body somewhere far away. Even if the others saw it, they wouldn't dare to do anything. He picked up the corpse. Yi Hong first walked towards the Yi family ruins. Digging a hole. Burial. From the beginning to the end, his expression remained calm. Yi Wan's death was within his expectations. If the other party was afraid, then he wouldn't be considered a member of the Yi clan and wouldn't have the right to be buried in the Yi clan. Therefore, Yi Wan's suicide at the last moment could be considered to have saved the Yi family's face. A tombstone stood there. Yi Hong's expression was calm. "Don't worry, I will avenge the Yi clan. None of the Xiao clan's people will live." The current Xiao family was already in a mess. The news of Xiao Xian's death spread like the wind. Everyone understood that once Xiao Xian died, Yi Hong would definitely not let the Xiao clan off. A heavenly being. With the Xiao clan's current strength, they were not qualified to resist at all. If they didn't escape, they would be dead. Therefore, ever since the news came back, the Xiao clan was in a complete mess. Many of them fled outside after snatching some valuables. They were afraid that if they were a second slower, they would be caught by Yi Hong. Bang! All of a sudden, someone tripped and fell to the ground with a scream. The gold, silver, and jewelry in his arms were scattered all over the ground. "What's going on? Why can't we get out?" Smash! Smash with all your might. Those people found that the Xiao clan had somehow become a cage and there was no way to break out at all. The moment everyone stepped out of the Xiao clan's gate, they would be directly bounced back. A large number of attacks bombarded. When it landed on the air in front of him, it only caused slight ripples. Someone's expression was ugly. Array. Someone set up an array in the Xiao clan. Hearing that, everyone else's expression changed drastically. Someone actually set up a huge array in the Xiao clan without them knowing. They couldn't help but feel shocked. How could someone set up an array in the Xiao clan? Yi Hong, it must be Yi Hong. Break the array with all your might. Any array has an upper limit. As long as we join forces, we will definitely be able to break the array. Otherwise, when Yi Hong arrives, everyone will have to stand and wait for death. Bang! Bang! Everyone was working together to attack the array. No matter when the array was set up, the only way out now was to break the array. Otherwise, when Yi Hong arrived, even if everyone joined forces, they wouldn't be able to contend with a heavenly being expert. When everyone joined forces, the power was also terrifying. In the air that was originally invisible, a dense light appeared, showing the appearance of a huge cage. Immediately afterward, under the bombardment of this terrifying power, the cage also trembled slightly, as if it would break at any time. "Come on, the array is about to break. Hurry," someone looked excited. The shaking of the array meant that it was about to reach a limit. 15 minutes later, the formation seemed to have reached its limit, and it shattered with a loud bang. However, before the others could be happy for too long, their laughter came to an abrupt end. Because behind the broken array, a figure directly appeared there. "Yi Hong. Not bad, you can actually break this array. It seems that the Xiao clan has some foundation." Looking at the people below, Yi Hong nodded approvingly, but his tone was extremely indifferent. The array. Of course, it was taught by Qin Er. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had a huge amount of array knowledge. Coupled with Yi Hong's good talent, it was easy to teach him some array knowledge. The array set up in the Xiao clan was to prevent the Xiao clan members from escaping. Now, the array was broken, but Yi Hong had also arrived. "Young Lord Yi, I have nothing to do with the Xiao clan, let me go." That's right, it was Xiao Xian and the Xiao clan's idea to destroy the Yi clan. "We are only guests of the Xiao clan and know nothing about this. Young Lord Yi, please spare my life." "Yi Hong, even if I die, I won't let you go." Some people begged for mercy, while others cursed. They all knew that Yi Hong wouldn't let the Xiao clan off this time, so they had no scruples. Chapter 1084. Good, you have backbone. Yi Hong looked at the people below who were cursing at him and nodded with a cold smile on his face. "But I hate people with backbone the most. How about this? Don't say that I'm cruel and merciless, I'll give you a chance to live." After saying that, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone was silent and looked at Yi Hong in the sky with a hopeful look. Yi Hong said indifferently, "Everyone who is not from the Xiao family, step aside for the time being." Hearing that, the guests and servants of the Xiao clan all retreated to the side, leaving only the people of the Xiao clan standing where they were, their faces full of fear and uneasiness. Yi Hong said, "Today, half of the Xiao family members can go out alive. Any member of the Xiao family can leave as long as he cuts off the head of another member of the Xiao family." Silence. A deathly silence. Killing the heart. Yi Hong's way of doing things right now was truly killing people and destroying their hearts. After hearing this, the guests couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. After saying that, the Xiao family members involuntarily stepped back a little and then looked at their former friends and relatives vigilantly, afraid that the other party would exchange their heads for a chance to live. "Yi Hong, how can our Xiao family be bewitched by you?" An elder of the Xiao family glared at him. After saying that, the others immediately nodded in response. "That's right, our Xiao family members are indomitable. How can we yield to you? It's simply wishful thinking." Before he finished his words, a cold light flashed and his head fell from his shoulder. Until he died, there was a look of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he didn't understand what had happened. The elder of the Xiao family grabbed his head and went to the door of the Xiao family. "Young Master Yi, this is the head of the Xiao family. Can you exchange it for a chance to live? Cruel and merciless, I like it. Go." Yi Hong waved his hand and let the elder leave. When the other members of the Xiao family saw this scene, their eyes immediately turned red. The next moment, the killing suddenly began. The killing of the Xiao family members, in Yi Hong's view, was very happy. Instead of killing the Xiao family members, it was better to let the Xiao family members kill each other. After this matter was over, the surviving members of the Xiao clan would turn against each other and kill each other non-stop. In that case, it was much more interesting than directly destroying the Xiao clan. The matter of the 9 moons great cosmos did not have much of an impact on the great wide world. After Hong Jun and Luo, whose return caused some commotion, the myriad races became much calmer. Heavenly Abyss. Purple Cloud Sea. These two places were supreme opportunities for the myriad races. Many experts of the myriad races went to these two places to seek the Tao. In the meantime, the heavenly court also fell into silence. The Emperor of Heaven was in seclusion. The myriad races were at peace. There really wasn't much that needed to be done. Inside the heavenly temple, Qin Shujian sat there as a mysterious aura emanated from his body. Various Daoist rhymes circulated and were constantly absorbed by the palace, causing it to transform bit by bit. At this moment, his mind was completely immersed in his inner world. 1 year in the outside world. The inner world was 200,000 years. Until now, the inner world had been evolving for more than 100,000 years. 400s of thousands of years. The conflict between the myriad races intensified. The emperors of the myriad races had already gone through more than one tribulation. For this reason, some emperors fell, while some emperors' strength increased greatly. Inside the Eldar, the current Eldar was one of the overlords of the world. He was no longer as low-key as he used to be. He had gathered countless races under his command and was terrifyingly powerful. My emperor, the human race has been eager to attack us recently. I'm afraid they have the intention to attack us. How should we deal with this matter? An Eldar perfected immortal asked in a deep voice. The one sitting above was Ling Huang. Compared to before, Ling Huang now had less of an ethereal temperament and more of the domineering aura of an emperor. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. If the human race invades, I, Eldar, have nothing to fear. Ling Huang's voice was indifferent. The alliance between the Eldar and the human race had collapsed more than 200,000 years ago. Until now, almost all the races in the world had the goal of suppressing other races. Thus, they established the heavenly court and called themselves the Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, there was no such thing as an ally or not. Either they submitted or they were destroyed. This was the current situation of the myriad races. Ling Huang said, although the human race is strong, I, Eldar, am not weak either. However, the divine weapon in the human race's hands is not simple. He thought of the heavenly tribulation that appeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, only then did he know that the human race had such a supreme treasure. With just a wisp of its sharpness, it made him, an 8th-level immortal, feel deep fear. Even though he had already advanced to the 9th-level immortal, Ling Huang was not 100% confident that he could contend against that divine weapon. In comparison, although Eldar also had a divine weapon, it was much weaker than that divine weapon. The Venerable One has also disappeared all these years. What a pity, Ling Huang thought to himself. He was almost certain that the divine weapon of the human race was left behind by Qin Shujian. Because Eldar's divine weapon was also left behind by him. If he could contact Qin Shujian, he might be able to think of a way to contend against the human race's divine weapon. Thinking of this, he looked at Qian Shanxue, who was placed in the middle of the hall. Until now, Qian Shanxue was already a 7th tribulation Zhu Bing. Its strength was not comparable to the past. At the core of the world. Since 300,000 years ago, Qin Shujian had been staying here. His purpose was to comprehend the rules of the inner world. 400s of thousands of years. More and more true immortals appeared in the inner world. The rules that were derived also increased day by day. In order to convert everything in the inner world into his own strength as much as possible, he could only enter the core of the world and comprehend the power of the rules of the world. Until now, Qin Shujian was already able to completely synchronize with the world. Every minute and second, as long as there was a change in the rules, he would be able to grasp it immediately. At the same time, his own strength was also increasing day by day. After an unknown period of time, Qin Shujian opened his eyes. His divine consciousness spread out from the core of the world and happened to see the scene of the 10,000 races fighting below. The Great Tribulation is finally coming to an end. With just a thought, he understood what had happened to the 10,000 races in the world today. The 10,000 races were fighting. The top 10,000 races were completely at war. Qin Shujian understood that it would not be long before the 10,000 races would be able to give birth to the strongest race. At that time, the heavenly court would be born. The inner world would also truly reach a peak state. Fight, fight, after the heavenly court is established, my strength should also reach a bottleneck. But before that, I still have room for improvement. Chapter 1085. In the Inner World. In the human territory. Feng sat on top, looking down at the many true immortals. Recently, the dragons have been acting strangely. In addition, Eldar is eyeing us covetously. You all need to be on guard. We must not let the two races enter the human territory. We understand. Are there any movements from the tiger people? Feng asked again. Hearing this, a human true immortal cupped his hands and replied, My emperor, the tiger people have a lot of disputes with Eldar. They have not made any unnecessary movements for the time being. The tiger people are not weak. If they can restrain Eldar, it will reduce some of the pressure on us. Feng nodded slightly. Now, among the 10,000 races in the world, Eldar was still the strongest. There was no other way. That Ling Huang was the first living being in the world. He had a deep foundation and was not comparable to other emperors. Even if he had now advanced to the 9th level of immortal, he was not sure that he could deal with Ling Huang. Although the human race still had the Godslayer who had broken through to the 9th level of tribulation, Zhu Bing. But the problem was, the Godslayer was not something he could control. Feng knew that it was Qin Shujian's divine weapon. The other party would not easily make a move. He would only help when the human race was facing a life-and-death situation. Until now, he had never seen the Godslayer really make a move. All of you can leave first. Between the spirit tribe and the sea region, the human tribe must choose one of them to attack. Now that the spirit tribe is being held back by the tiger tribe, we can focus on dealing with the sea region. All true immortals, prepare for battle and await my orders. Yes. Many true immortals retreated. Feng came down from the throne and came in front of the stone saber that had stood in the palace for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you think that the human race has the possibility of becoming the overlord of the world? Yes. The Godslayer's voice was as usual. It did not show any signs of aging because of the passage of time. This was Zhu Bing's strength. He was not afraid of the erosion of time. Then, Feng asked again, Are you really not going to make a move? His expression was one of unwillingness. If the Godslayer could make a move, then the human race wouldn't have to worry so much. With a top-tier precious treasure, coupled with his strength as a 9th heaven immortal, he was completely qualified to sweep through everything. Feng believed it. Even if the other races had divine weapons, they could not compare to the Godslayer in front of them. The Godslayer said, There's no other way. I can't interfere with the normal operation of your world. If I really did interfere completely, it would only take a single thought from that person to determine who the overlord of the myriad races would be. But as far as I know, the human race has the potential to become the overlord of the world. Right now, among all the races in the world, only the human race and the Eldar have the greatest hope. The other races are slightly lacking. I understand. Feng replied silently. This was not the first time he had tried to persuade Godslayer, but he had never succeeded. Compared to several 100,000 years ago, the myriad races in the universe were already completely different. All the small clans and large clans had sought refuge with the top clans. As for the clans that did not seek refuge, they were almost completely annihilated. At present, in the world, only 5 of the strongest races existed. One was the Eldar, one was the human race, one was the dragons, one was the tiger people, and one was the phoenix race. 5 supreme races. They gathered all the races in the universe and formed 5 extremely tyrannical forces to compete for the position of the overlord of the world. And among them, the Eldar race was the strongest, followed by the human race. The dragons and tiger people were on par with the phoenix race and the other 2 races. However, even if there was a difference in the strength of each race, the difference was very subtle. Even the top Eldar did not have the confidence to destroy the tiger people. Boom! An earth-shattering massacre erupted. In the boundless plains, the two forces were fighting each other. There were countless races participating in the battle, and the true immortals of each race displayed their remarkable abilities. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura crushed the heavens. A person stepped on the air and looked at the races fighting below with an indifferent look in his eyes. Immediately after, he struck out with his palm, and the torrent of rules blasted down, causing the void to collapse. It looked like it was about to swallow everyone. Almost at the same time, the void shook. A person stepped out and struck out with his palm as well, colliding with the torrent of rules. In the end, both of them disappeared into nothingness. The Black Abyss. Ling Xian looked at the person in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Although he did not show it on the surface, he was secretly on guard. There were many powerhouses among the tiger people. However, there were not many powerhouses who had reached the third level of the true immortal realm. As a top Eldar powerhouse, Ling Xian was very confident that most of the powerhouses among the tiger people could not compete with him, except for a few people. One of them. It was the Black Abyss. The other party was also an 8th level true immortal like him. Ling Xian was not 100% confident that he could defeat the other party. But even so, Ling Xian had no intention of retreating. His body suddenly moved, and the power of rules swept out like a raging tide. The vast power seemed to be able to destroy the world, and it made people's hearts palpitate. Below, the Black Abyss was also not afraid. A black tiger that was 1,000,000 feet tall stood proudly in the sky, roaring and destroying everything. Its thick claws blasted out, and the terrifying power directly caused the void to become turbulent. Boom! Boom! The confrontation between two 8th level true immortals could be said to be destructive. Not long after, a wisp of extremely pure killing power of heaven and earth suddenly rose from the void, then turned into a long saber and slashed down. Ling Xian was caught off guard, and his body was almost directly cut into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Abyss bit Ling Xian's arm and then tore it forcefully. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. From the expert in the dark attacking to Ling Xian being injured and defeated, it all happened in an instant. When the experts on the Eldar's side came back to their senses, Ling Xian was already in a miserable state. Lord Ling Xian. The Eldar's expression changed drastically. Ling Xian was a famous expert among the Eldar. There was almost no one below Ling Huang who could be compared to Ling Xian. Now, this expert among the Eldar was actually severely injured. This was obviously a huge blow to the other races that belonged to the Eldar's side. The former emperor of the White Tiger people is actually a despicable person who sneak attacked in the dark. This is something I didn't expect. Ling Xian's expression was gloomy, and his words were full of sarcasm. As he spoke, his arm quietly finished regenerating. Regenerating a broken limb. It couldn't be easier for a true immortal. Even regenerating from a drop of blood was nothing. The White Tiger Emperor. Ling Xian's words caused the Eldar's expression to change drastically again. What did he mean? Did the White Tiger Emperor sneak attack just now? While they were secretly guessing, the White Tiger Emperor had already appeared from the void with a faint smile on his face. The White Tiger people have long become a thing of the past. Now, there are only tiger people, and no white or black tiger branches. Chapter 1086. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the tiger people were officially unified. The reason for the unification was very simple. The White Tiger Emperor was defeated by the Black Tiger Emperor, so the tiger people merged. The current tiger people. The emperor was the former Black Tiger Emperor. The White Tiger Emperor looked at Ling Xian and said indifferently, "Now, the tiger people only have one emperor, and that is the Tiger Emperor. My name is Bai Yi. You can call me Bai Yi." What a good Bai Yi. The White Tiger Emperor is really flexible. Ling Xian sneered. As he spoke, he had already sent a message back to Eldar. Bai Yi's appearance. This caused the battle to enter a whole new level. Facing a 9th-level immortal expert, to be honest, Ling Xian was not confident in dealing with him. Coupled with the Black Abyss, that would be a dead end for him. Now, they could only wait for Eldar's other experts to help. Only then would they have a chance to resist. Soon, a powerful aura rose from Eldar's territory. Not long after, a strong fluctuation erupted between heaven and earth. Human territory. When the fluctuation erupted, a smile appeared on Feng's face. The Tiger people have officially declared war on Eldar. No matter what the outcome is, Eldar definitely can't spare any time now. Now, pass down my order to attack the dragons with all our might. Today, I will make all the races in the sea completely submit to our human race. The reason why they did not cooperate with the Tiger people to attack Eldar was that the Tiger people and the human race could not be considered allies. They only said that both sides had a common enemy. The two races that had the greatest conflict with the human race were the Eldar and the dragons. Eldar was already pinned down. All that was left was to deal with the dragons. An order was given. A large number of experts from the human clan headed for the sea region. In the core of heaven and earth. The moment the battle erupted, this place was also affected. The rules shook. At every moment, there would be laws collapsing and breaking, and new laws would be born. Qin Shujian couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the laws being created and destroyed. Let's fight, let's fight. It's good to have more true immortals die. Although we can't borrow their power anymore, the laws they control will return to heaven and earth after they fall. This way, my strength won't be weakened. The true immortals of the inner world walked the path of sanctification through the physical body. When a true immortal was alive, he would plunder the power of laws. The power of laws that he could control would be greatly weakened. And if a true immortal were to fall, the nomological power that the other party had plundered would return to the world. As the ruler of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian's power would naturally increase accordingly. But it was relative. If a true immortal died, he would no longer have the opportunity to extract the true immortal's power for his own use. This went on and on. Actually, there wasn't much of a difference. Zhu Tian's star map said, Emperor of Heaven, which of the 10,000 races do you think is qualified to establish the heavenly court this time? It's hard to say. Qin Shujian shook his head. It doesn't matter which race it is. The establishment of the heavenly court is beneficial to heaven and earth. Now, it all depends on which race will win. He had a hunch. Once the heavenly court was established, a half-step Dao fruit level existence would officially appear in the inner world. As for whether a Dao fruit would appear, it was uncertain. However, if a Dao fruit appeared in heaven and earth, the inner world might not be able to accommodate the other party. After all, there were some differences in the great wide world. In the outside world. Outside the great wide world was the vast and boundless universe that could accommodate Dao fruit level powerhouses. But in the inner world, Qin Shujian still couldn't open up a universe in his physical body outside of heaven and earth. After all, it was difficult to open up heaven and earth, but it was even more difficult to open up a universe. Even with his current means, he couldn't open up a universe. If a Dao fruit really appeared, Qin Shujian could only temporarily seal the other party in heaven and earth. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem to seal a Dao fruit that had just broken through. As for the follow-up, it would depend on his own situation. To put it bluntly, the inner world was also his foundation. Qin Shujian wouldn't allow any problems to occur in the inner world. Unless, one day, if he could make a further breakthrough, then it would be easy to talk about. Immediately after, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and continued to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, his inner world was also undergoing a myriad of changes. When the Tiger people were at war with the Eldar, and when the human race was at war with the dragons. 10,000 years passed. The Phoenix race suddenly announced that they were joining forces with the dragons. The two races attacked the human race from both sides, causing the human race to retreat and fall into a passive state of defense. From then on, the human race fell into a defensive state for 50,000 years. 50,000 years later. The human race only began to gradually counterattack when a new ninth heaven immortal appeared. 100,000 years later. The Phoenix Emperor of the Phoenix race failed to pass the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations and completely died in the tribulation. At this point, the Phoenix race's strength was greatly reduced, but the human race took this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack, causing the Phoenix race to retreat and have no choice but to retreat to the undying volcano and struggle at death's door. Subsequently, the Phoenix race used the undying volcano as their foundation and defended for 30,000 years. Finally, they were no match for the human race and chose to surrender. After subduing the Phoenix race, the human race attacked the dragons with lightning speed. At this moment, suddenly, a heavenly demon descended and joined forces with the dragons, catching the human race off guard and causing them to suffer a great loss. For this, the human emperor was furious. The human emperor, who had been silent for tens of thousands of years, suddenly attacked and killed 3 heavenly demon emperors. The heavenly demon race was so scared that they retreated into the void and didn't dare to interfere anymore. Next, in the face of the human race's all-out attack, the dragons were forced to retreat even if the various races of the sea joined forces. They had no way to resist. At the same time, the Tiger people and the Eldar had been fighting each other for hundreds of thousands of years, and the outcome was finally decided. The Tiger people were very strong. Especially the 2 top emperors among the Tiger people, their strength was even more astonishing. However, in the Eldar, Ling Huang's cultivation had already reached an extremely high level. In the last battle, Ling Huang suppressed the 2 emperors of the Tiger people by himself, causing the situation that the Tiger people maintained to be defeated in an instant. Many races that relied on the Tiger people left the Tiger people and threw themselves into the arms of the Eldar. In order to protect the Tiger people, the Tiger Emperor led the Tiger people's experts to seek refuge with the human race. It was also when the Tiger people sought refuge with the human race that the battle between the human race and the various races of the sea was also completely decided. The Dragon Emperor was killed. The other dragons who resisted all fell, and the rest all submitted to the human race. As for the other races of the sea, none of them dared to fight against the human race anymore. With the surrender of the dragons, the other races also surrendered one after another. At this point, the various races of the sea were also completely under the control of the human race. In addition to the defection of the Tiger people, the strength of the human race soared to a terrifying level in an instant. Looking at the myriad races of the world now, the only ones who were qualified to compete were the human race and the Eldar. Chapter 1087. On the plains. The 2 forces stood opposite each other. Thousands of true immortals hovered in the void. Just the aura they emitted was enough to crush the void and shatter it. The human race, Eldar. Everyone's expression was solemn. They understood. This battle would be the last battle between the human race and Eldar. No matter which side won, it would mean that that side had the qualifications to rule the world and become the overlord of all races. At the top of the void, Feng and Ling Huang stood facing each other in the void. Both of their expressions were very calm. To be honest, Ben Huang didn't expect that the human race back then would reach today's stage. Perhaps Ben Huang shouldn't have said so much to you. Looking at the person in front of him, Ling Huang smiled slightly. Did he regret it? There was a little bit. If he didn't give Feng pointers back then, the other party might not have thought of the way to create the human race. Similarly, if he had directly erased the other party back then, there wouldn't be a threat to the human race in the future. However, what happened in the past was already in the past. Even if he regretted it now, there was no possibility of changing it. Feng calmly said, Ben Huang naturally remembers Ling Huang's kindness in the past. If it wasn't for the importance of the position of Emperor of Heaven, Ben Huang might not have fought with Eldar. At this point, you and I have no way out. If Eldar wins this battle, then Ling Huang will be the Emperor of Heaven. But if the human race wins, Eldar should submit to the human race. You're very confident. Ben Huang doesn't have the confidence to defeat Ling Huang, but I also don't have the thought of losing to Ling Huang. Whether we win or lose, we'll know after the battle." As Feng spoke, an invisible aura appeared from his body. Immediately after, it suppressed the void. It was as terrifying as the sun. Boom! Ling Huang's body also emitted a terrifying aura. Jianmu's heaven-reaching illusory figure swayed in the void. Wherever the illusory figure touched, the space shattered inch by inch. In the next breath, both of them disappeared from where they were, as if they had disappeared from the world. Only two terrifying forces were colliding with each other. Every strike destroyed the void, and the tyrannical waves wreaked havoc in everything. Boom! Boom! It's starting. The Tiger Emperor's expression changed slightly when he sensed the fluctuation. He could not be more familiar with that aura. Back then, the Tiger people were defeated by Eldar because he and Bai Yi couldn't resist Ling Huang even after joining forces. Ling Huang's foundation. It was truly terrifying. Even though he had obtained the opportunity of the Emperor of Heaven, he still had no way of dealing with Ling Huang. Until now. The Tiger Emperor already understood what the words Emperor of Heaven meant back then. It was not a name, but an honorific. Emperor of Heaven. The other party was the Lord of a heavenly court. Now that the 10,000 races were fighting, the goal was to determine the strongest race, establish the heavenly court, become the Emperor of Heaven, and command the 10,000 races. Obviously, the Emperor of Heaven was an existence that suppressed the 10,000 races. Moreover, the other party was definitely not an expert of this world. The reason was simple. In this world, there could only be one Emperor of Heaven. Now that the 10,000 races of the world had yet to decide the victor, and the heavenly court had not been established, there was naturally no such thing as the Emperor of Heaven. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, when he met the other party had already called himself the Emperor of Heaven. From this, it could be seen. The Emperor of Heaven was an expert from another world. There was always someone stronger. The Tiger Emperor understood. Beside him, Bai Yi said indifferently, "Does the Tiger Emperor think that the human emperor can deal with Ling Huang?" "I'm not sure." The Tiger Emperor shook his head. "That human emperor is very strong. He was able to kill the Dragon Emperor, kill several Heavenly Devil Emperors, and force the Heavenly Devil race to retreat into the void. Such strength is extremely tyrannical. Even if Ling Huang is as strong as him, he might not be a match for the human emperor. The Tiger people have already completely joined the human camp. If the human race is defeated, the Tiger people will not be in a good situation. The only thing the Tiger people could do now was to place their hopes on the human emperor. If the other party was defeated, although it did not mean that the human race would be defeated, their morale would be greatly affected. Kill. A human perfected immortal shouted coldly. Immediately, the experts of the human race charged towards Eldar. A battle between overlords was definitely not as simple as a battle between the top emperors of the two races. The races they belonged to also possessed powerful strength. Now that the human emperor and Ling Huang had yet to determine the victor, it was time for the humans and Eldar to determine the victor. On Eldar's side, Ling Xian, who was already a 9th-level immortal, waved his hand, his expression extremely cold. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the two clans were like torrents as they clashed against each other. Roar! The ferocious tiger roared. The Tiger Emperor stood proudly in the void. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the expressions of many Eldar perfected immortals to change drastically. Before they could be shocked, an expert from Eldar's side immediately walked out. "I've long heard that the Tiger Emperor's strength is astonishing. Let me experience it for myself." As soon as he finished speaking, an aura that was not much weaker than the Tiger Emperor's spread out. The illusory image of a blade of grass condensed in the void. An endless sharp power manifested, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Sword God. The Tiger Emperor's eyes were cold. How could he not recognize the person in front of him? Sword God. That was Eldar's rising star. It was originally an ordinary blade of grass that had gained sentience, but it had comprehended a sword intent that reached the heavens. It could cut through the sun, moon, and stars by itself. Its strength was terrifying. At this moment, the sword god's finger descended, and the sharp aura was unstoppable. The Tiger Emperor was not afraid. He did not reveal his true form, but fought in his human form. When he struck out with his palm, it seemed to be able to cover the sun, moon, and stars. The law power that was condensed could be said to be terrifying. Buzz, the sharp aura shook and quickly tore through the seal of the palm energy. The Tiger Emperor's expression did not change. He punched out again, annihilating the power into nothingness. While the two of them were fighting, Ling Xian stepped out of the air and looked coldly at the human camp. Bai Yi, do you dare to come out and fight? A defeated general dares to speak bravely. Bai Yi directly appeared from the human camp and looked at the other party indifferently. Hearing this, Ling Xian sneered. Last time, I lost to you because you joined forces with others to sneak attack me. If not for that, what right do you have to lose to me? This time, I will suppress you openly and let others understand that the former White Tiger Emperor is just a piece of trash. You're very arrogant. The White Tiger Emperor smiled. As he smiled, the killing power of heaven and earth seemed to gather in an instant, and the aura of gung metal emitted a sharp light. So what if I'm arrogant? All right, today, I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. With a thought from Bai Yi, thousands of gung metal sword chi flew out with a wave of his hand. The killing power of heaven and earth that had been condensed for a long time also erupted in an instant. Shocking killing intent swept out like a wave, wanting to swallow Ling Xian. Chapter 1088. The White Tiger was in charge of killing. Bai Yi was originally the emperor of the White Tiger people, and he could control the power of heaven and earth. Now, he had reached the ninth heaven immortal realm, and his strength was even more terrifying. The gung metal sword chi in his hand could be said to have the power to destroy the world. It was so sharp that it was difficult to block. Facing such a fierce attack, Ling Xian's expression turned serious. With a thought, a shield appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of him. Boom! The gung metal sword chi struck the shield, causing the spirit energy to tremble. In the next breath, Ling Xian activated the shield, and the shield expanded in the wind, turning into a shield that could hold up the sky, blocking all the gung metal sword chi. Immediately after, dense tentacles tore through the air, as if they wanted to surround Bai Yi. No matter how powerful your gung metal sword chi is, it can't break the numinous treasure in my hand. He smiled proudly. The shield was a carnate numinous treasure that he had obtained hundreds of thousands of years ago. After hundreds of thousands of years of nurturing, it had already transformed into a supreme-grade carnate numinous treasure. In terms of power, it could be said to be peerless. Even the gung metal sword chi in Bai Yi's hand could not break through the defense of a supreme-grade carnate numinous treasure. Supreme-grade carnate numinous treasure, Bai Yi sneered. A golden long sword appeared in his hand. With the appearance of the long sword, the gung metal sword chi in the air instantly rose by a lot, reaching an extremely dense level. Destroy! The long sword slashed out, and endless gung metal sword chi crazily bombarded over. The terrifying might caused Ling Xian's expression to change again and again. High-grade carnate numinous treasure. He could tell what level the numinous treasure in Bai Yi's hand was at. It was fine if it was a high-grade carnate numinous treasure, but it just so happened to contain gung metal sword chi. Coupled with the other party's strength, the power it displayed was not inferior to a supreme-grade carnate numinous treasure. At that moment, Ling Xian felt immense pressure. Boom! 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 While Ling Xian and Bai Yi were fighting, the other experts of the two races were also fighting. This battle was to establish the position of the overlord of the myriad races. Therefore, regardless of which race it was, they all fought with all their might. From the true immortals to the devas, they had turned out in full force. As for cultivators below the celestial being level, they were not qualified to participate in the battle. In the face of such a war, celestial beings were only ants. Cultivators of the divine martial realm were nothing more than dust. No matter how many God Martial Realm cultivators joined the battle, they would all die in the end. As such, neither the human race nor the Eldar race allowed cultivators of the God Martial Arts realm to participate in the battle. This was the last foundation of the two races. If they were to lose this battle, they would have the chance to rise again after a period of time with their foundation. Or else, if all of them died in this battle, that would be the real problem. In the void, Feng and Ling Huang were fighting in the sky. The terrifying power wreaked havoc, capable of killing a true immortal with ease. The rules were vast and mighty. Feng Ao stood in the void. Dense human fate gathered around him, condensing into a crown and the mountain and river god robe. He held the Runhuang's sword in one hand and cut through time and space. A way to control fate. It was something he finally comprehended after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. He controlled the fate of the human race. Although Feng was only a 9th level immortal, he was qualified to suppress most half-step Dao fruit cultivators. Only the top half-step Dao fruit cultivators had the ability to contend with him. On the other side, Ling Huang did not condense the Eldar's fate. Instead, he relied on his own strength to launch the most terrifying attack in the simplest way. In the core of the world, Qin Shujian was also watching the battle unfold. Zhenmu's foundation is indeed profound. Although he hasn't broken through to the half-step Dao fruit realm, he has reached the peak of the 9th level immortal realm. With his profound foundation, it won't be difficult for him to match a half-step Dao fruit cultivator. He was a Dao fruit expert. He could see many things at a glance for existences below the Dao fruit realm. It had to be said. Zhenmu's strength was truly qualified to be called the #1 person in the inner world. However, there was a prerequisite to being #1, and that was that no one used any means and only competed with their own foundation. However, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Feng. He never expected that the human emperor could control the fate of the human race. The fate of an entire race. It was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Especially for a top race like the human race, whose fate was even more powerful to a terrifying extent. After condensing the human race's fate, Feng instantly shortened the gap between himself and Ling Huang. Not only that, but he also surpassed him by quite a bit. This way, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Fate is ethereal. It won't be easy for Feng to comprehend the means to control it. Perhaps the Tiger people are also involved. Qin Shujian thought to himself as his gaze fell on the Tiger Emperor. The Black Tiger could control fate and had a lot of insight into it. If the Tiger Emperor was involved, then it made sense that Feng could control the human race's fate. Strictly speaking, in terms of true strength, there was a slight gap between Feng and Ling Huang. Even if this gap was not large, it still existed. This slight gap, in the beginning, perhaps nothing could be seen. But as time passed, it slowly appeared. Boom, heaven and earth lost their color. The sun and moon lost their light. The two top-notch 9th heaven celestial elites activated their celestial core power with all their might. Every collision caused the inner heaven and earth to tremble slightly. It was as if the vast inner heaven and earth could not contain the slightest bit of such overwhelming power. In the endless void, the experts of the celestial demon clan were also watching the battle. The human emperor's strength is even stronger. Marcus's expression was solemn, and there was a terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. The heavenly demon clan originally wanted to participate in the race of the 10,000 races, but in the end, they fell in the hands of the human emperor. 3 of the dozen heavenly demon emperors were killed by Feng with lightning speed, and the remaining heavenly demon emperors all fled. It couldn't be helped. Although everyone was an upper 3rd level true immortal, the gap between them was simply too big. Even if all the heavenly demon emperors were determined to fight to the death, they might not have the chance to take the human emperor down with them. So, after the 3 heavenly demon emperors fell, the remaining heavenly demon emperors fled back into the void. Looking at now, Marcus suddenly realized. It turned out that the human emperor at that time was not the true peak strength of the human emperor, and the power he displayed now belonged to that human emperor at the peak. That kind of power, so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. Even someone as strong as Marcus felt that he could not resist this kind of power. He was sure, if the human emperor had displayed this level of power at that time, then the number of heavenly demon emperors that fell would definitely not be as simple as 3. The casualties would definitely be even more disastrous. The human race. Marcus's eyes burst with a cold light. Chapter 1089. The Heavenly Demon Clan. If they wanted to rule the world, the humans and Eldar were the biggest obstacles. The strength that Feng and Ling Huang had shown now made Marcus feel deeply pressured. He knew very well, if these 2 emperors did not die, the Heavenly Demon Clan would have no chance of ruling the world. Should we make a move? A Heavenly Demon Emperor's eyes flickered. Now that the humans and Eldar were fighting, it might be the Heavenly Demon Clan's chance. If Ouyang Yangming seized the opportunity to kill the rulers of the 2 races, no other race would be able to stop the heavenly demons. Marcus's expression did not change. Wait a little longer, now is not the time for us to make a move. Make a move now. There was no need for that at all. The battle between the human race and the spirit race had only just begun. It had not yet reached its climax. If they made a move now, it would only cause the 2 clans to attack together. Wait for the right time to make a move. Hearing that, the other heavenly demon emperors did not object. Since the other party wanted to wait, then let them wait. Although there were many heavenly demon emperors in the heavenly demon clan, the one who actually made the decision was still Marcus. Ben Huang underestimated you. After dispersing the torrent of heaven and earth with one punch, Ling Huang's calm expression finally turned serious. Up until now, both sides had given their all in the battle. He had thought that with his methods, it would not be a problem to suppress the human emperor. However, when it came to the real battle, Ling Huang was stunned to find that the human emperor's methods were not as simple as he had imagined. Especially the method of controlling fate, which made him even more shocked. It could be said that, without the blessing of the human's fate, he had absolute confidence in suppressing the human emperor. But now, Ling Huang understood that if the battle dragged on, he might be the one to lose. Could it be that fate is really on the human's side? He was a little unwilling. If fate was really on the human's side, then what was the point of Eldar's efforts? No. Ben Huang doesn't believe that the mandate of heaven is in the hands of the human race. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Ling Huang roared, and the aura on his body skyrocketed in an instant, reaching a terrifying level. At that moment, he had a vague premonition that he was about to break through his own limits. 9th heaven immortal. He was already at the peak of the true immortal realm. If he went any further, it would be an extremely mysterious realm. Ling Huang had painstakingly worked for hundreds of thousands of years, but he had never been able to break through that layer of membrane. But now, he had a premonition of a breakthrough. You're about to break through. Feng's expression changed as he sensed the change in the aura of the Spirit Emperor. He could feel an immense pressure from the Spirit Emperor. There was no hesitation. He immediately used all of his means to suppress the other party before he broke through to the Soul Emperor realm. Otherwise, given Ling Huang's foundation, it would be a huge problem for him if he allowed Ling Huang to successfully break through. Even with the fortune of the human race, Feng wasn't confident in dealing with Ling Huang. The providence of the human race gathered. The rules condensed into substance. Under the superposition of the 2 forces, the shaking void wailed and was destroyed. A vast and glorious seal came crashing down from the void toward Ling Huang. You want to suppress Ben Huang? Impossible. Ling Huang's eyes were cold as he revealed his true form that could pierce through heaven and earth. Boom. The Zhenmu reached the heavens as if it could support heaven and earth. As the branches and leaves swayed, terrifying spirit energy spread out. Tentacles that pierced through heaven and earth tore through the air, trying to smash the seal that was descending. Rumble. The 2 forces collided, and the tentacles shattered. Emerald liquid spilled out, and at the same time, cracks appeared on the seal. In the next breath, more tentacles came crashing down, and a terrible power wreaked havoc in the void. Feng wielded the human emperor's sword, a supreme treasure condensed from the human race's fortune. Its power was comparable to a carnate supreme treasure, and every time it slashed out, a large number of tentacles would be destroyed. However, the Zhenmu had too many tentacles, and each one was as long as a mountain range. It wasn't that easy to destroy them. At the same time, Ling Huang's aura was rising steadily, and he was about to reach a critical point of a breakthrough. His about to enter the half-step Dao fruit realm. Qin Shujian, who was paying close attention to the battlefield, looked astonished when he saw this scene. In his expectations, Ling Huang shouldn't have broken through at this time. As the ruler of heaven and earth, even if Qin Shujian didn't divine the future, he still had some premonitions about it. Although he didn't have a clear sense of which race would become the overlord of heaven and earth in the future, he knew very well when a half-step Dao fruit realm cultivator would appear in the world. Experts at that level were involved in a mysterious realm. Therefore, Qin Shujian could clearly sense it. The first half-step Dao fruit realm cultivator in heaven and earth should only appear after the establishment of the heavenly court. It definitely won't appear now. Could it be that my perception is wrong? At this time, Qin Shujian had to doubt himself. If his perception was right, then what was going on with Ling Huang? He knew very well. Ling Huang's current state was definitely not just for show. He was really about to break through to the half-step Dao fruit realm. If he succeeded, then even with the help of the human race's fortune, Feng might not be able to contend against him. Maybe I'm really wrong. That's not necessarily the case. If Zhenmu can break through successfully, the overlord of the myriad races should be Eldar. Qin Shujian murmured to himself. The overlord of heaven and earth was not eternal. The first emperor of heaven was Eldar's, but it didn't mean that the second emperor of heaven would still be Eldar's man. Unless Zhenmu could break through to the Dao fruit realm when he became the emperor of heaven, just like he did in the Third Era. In that case, almost no one would be able to shake his position as the emperor of heaven. However, in his inner world, the probability of the other party breaking through to the Dao fruit realm was very low, much lower than when he was in the vast thousand domains. Even if his foundation was really deep to the extreme, whether he could break through successfully was another matter. Zhu Tian said with the star map, if Eldar becomes the overlord of heaven and earth, the human race will be suppressed. Does the Emperor of Heaven really not plan to stop it? In his opinion, Qin Shujian was a human. In his inner world, if the human race was suppressed, the other party might not be able to tolerate it. Given Qin Shujian's means, if he really made a move, not to mention one Eldar, even 10 Eldar together would not be enough. The evolution of heaven and earth naturally has its own rules. It won't be beneficial for me to interfere too much. If Eldar is really destined to win, then let Eldar win. Anyway, it's the same no matter who becomes the Emperor of Heaven. It doesn't make much difference to me. Qin Shujian shook his head, his expression unchanged. Chapter 1090. It was the same no matter who was the Emperor of Heaven. What he wanted was the improvement of his inner world and the transformation of his own strength. It was just that Qin Shujian looked at Ling Huang below with a subtle look in his eyes. That Ling Huang. Could he really succeed in breaking through? If he really succeeded in breaking through, he should have some perception, but now, there was no perception at all. In other words, the other party was very likely to fail in breaking through. Strange. Ling Huang's current breakthrough is almost a certainty. If the breakthrough fails, then where did the failure come from? Qin Shujian was a little puzzled. He couldn't figure it out. He was too lazy to deduce anything. Sometimes, if there were too many things to deduce and everything was clear, it would lose a lot of fun. So, in many cases, Qin Shujian didn't want to deduce so much. Naturally, that was pretty good. Occasionally, he could give himself a surprise. In the endless void, many heavenly devil emperors, who had been paying attention to the battle, changed their expressions after seeing Ling Huang's change. Ling Huang is about to break through. If Ling Huang breaks through, With the strength of the human emperor, he absolutely can't compete with him. Don't worry, Marcus shouted softly, stopping the other heavenly devil emperors from becoming restless. After saying that, the main hall suddenly fell into silence. Subsequently, only then did he look at the battlefield below. Both the human emperor and Ling Huang are 9th-level immortals, but Ling Huang's foundation is deeper. The other party must be the first living being in the world, so it's understandable that he's blessed by nature. Without the help of the human race's luck, the human emperor absolutely can't be Ling Huang's opponent. Right now, even with the help of luck, he only has a little upper hand. If the battle goes on for a long time, both sides will certainly suffer. But if Ling Huang breaks through, his strength will certainly increase substantially. When the other party advances to another level, even if the human emperor has the help of the human race's luck, I'm afraid he will be crushed. In this way, my heavenly devil clan's time is up. Marcus' voice was calm. Ling Huang must not succeed in his breakthrough. Otherwise, if the other party crushed the Ren Huang, there would be no such thing as a lose-lose situation. In this way, how would the heaven devil race benefit from this? Therefore, Ling Huang's breakthrough this time was bound to fail. Only if the breakthrough failed would the Sky Fiend race have the chance to plan the next step. Below, Ling Huang's breakthrough had already reached a critical point where he was about to transform. He was overjoyed that he had found the opportunity to break through. Ling Huang understood. If he could break through the limits of the 9th heaven immortal, then this battle would be Eldar's victory. An elite that had surpassed the 9th heaven celestial realm was enough to suppress all races in the world. Right now, when facing Feng's attacks, he had to adopt a defensive posture. Then, he would draw upon the power of the unseen to allow himself to enter a state of breakthrough. At this moment, an evil force suddenly appeared out of nowhere, causing Ling Huang's mind to shake. An uncontrollable rage surged from his heart, causing the originally stable breakthrough to suddenly become unstable. Brutal, fury, evil, jealousy, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart, causing Ling Huang's mind to shake even more. In an instant, his expression was ferocious. Heaven devil. With Ling Huang's knowledge, how could he not understand what caused his current state? In the unseen, there was actually the Heaven Devil clan interfering with his breakthrough. If it was in the past, he would definitely not be afraid of the interference of the Heaven Devil clan. After all, no matter what, the strength of the Heaven Devil clan was just that. Those Heaven Devil emperors simply did not have the qualifications to threaten him. But it was different now. There was the attack of the human emperor in front and the interference of the Heaven Devil clan behind. In an instant, Ling Huang's breakthrough had failed. The spirit god was shaken. Qi and blood surged. The originally tyrannical aura instantly declined. Sensing the change in Ling Huang, Feng's eyes had a strange look. He did not know why the other party suddenly failed to break through, but no matter what, the other party's breakthrough failure was his chance. Immediately, the attack became even fiercer. Seeing this, Ling Huang could not care so much and could only use all his means to resist. Boom! The battle once again became intense. In the main hall of the Heaven Devil clan, more than a dozen Heaven Devil emperors sat back in their original positions. Just a moment ago, all the Heaven Devil emperors joined forces and let their power penetrate Ling Huang's body, thus interfering with the other party and causing his breakthrough to fail. Because of the pressure of the human emperor, the interference was very smooth. Marcus laughed. Ling Huang's breakthrough failed. He will definitely not be willing to accept Eldar's defeat. Even if the human emperor can win, he will have to pay a big price. At that time, it will be our Heaven Devil clan's chance. Hearing that, the other Heaven Devil emperors also looked excited. As long as they seized the opportunity, the Heaven Devil clan would be able to rule the world. At that time, the establishment of the Heavenly Court. The Heaven Devil clan would truly rule over all the clans in the world and become the strongest existence. They would no longer need to hide in this endless void and not easily show their faces. On the other side, when the Heaven Devil Emperor attacked, Qin Shujian had a strange look on his face. So it's the Heaven Devil clan who intervened. I was wondering why Genmu's breakthrough failed. It seems that the Heaven Devil clan has never given up from the beginning to the end. They want to take advantage of this opportunity to directly take over the world. However, in his opinion, the Heaven Devil clan's plan might not succeed. The human emperor and Ling Huang were both fools. It was impossible for them not to have any backup plans. If the Heaven Devil clan was prepared, the two clans would definitely be prepared as well. Next, it was to see which clan would have the last laugh. This great calamity has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. It's time to end it. After this battle, the number of true immortals in the world will probably decrease a lot. Qin Shujian smiled. To maintain a balance in the world, there could not be too many true immortals, nor too few. Once there were too many true immortals, there would be a great calamity. It would not disappear until the consumption reached a balanced stage. If the myriad clans declined, then it would also enter a great era of competition. At that time, the myriad clans would compete, and there would be endless powerhouses. Whether it was when they were weak or when they were strong, the world had its own set of balancing methods. Qin Shujian did not have any intention of interfering too much in this. To put it bluntly, the self-balancing methods of the world were often much better than him interfering himself. At this moment, the battle between the emperors of the two clans had reached an unprecedented peak. After the failure of the breakthrough, Ling Huang no longer held back. Genmu's body was extremely powerful. Immediately after, the spiritual qi of the world swarmed over. The condensed and solid rules surged over like the Yangtze River and the sea, wanting to completely suppress the human emperor. Feng held the human emperor's sword in his hand. When the long sword slashed out, it was incomparably sharp and terrifying. The aura of destruction. It filled the world. Chapter 1091. Human Tao prospers. A vast and mighty voice resounded throughout the human race. The luck of the human race shook, turning into a sea of smoke that spread out in all directions. The mountain river god robe on Feng's body fluttered without wind, and the condensed luck of the human race turned into a seal that suppressed down. The tentacles cracked. The void was destroyed. Ling Huang was directly smashed down from the sky by the seal, falling towards the ground. Rumble. The earth shook. The ground suddenly split open, revealing a bottomless canyon. The human race and Eldar instinctively stopped in front of such a vibration, and then turned to look at the canyon with a shocked expression on their faces. What was going on? None of them could react. At this moment, Feng fell from the void. His aura was vast and mighty, sweeping across heaven and earth. Immediately, a smile appeared on the human race's face, but Eldar's face was pale. Obviously, in this battle, Ling Huang had lost. Below the canyon, Ling Huang once again stepped into the air, but his body was already in a sorry state. Feng's expression was calm, his voice loud. Ling Huang, you have already lost. Eldar no longer has the strength to fight against the human race. Surrendering now is the best choice. If you stubbornly resist, it will only cause the Eldar to suffer heavy lossy. Surrender. 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 The human race side raised their arms and shouted. The Eldar side felt great pressure, and all of them looked at Ling Huang. Surrender or not? It still depended on the emperor's decision. In fact, after fighting for so long, many Eldar did not want to fight anymore. After all, a battle that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years without any rest, even a true immortal would feel tired. However, the success or failure of this battle was related to whether the Eldar could become the overlord of heaven and earth. Therefore, no matter how tired they were, before Ling Huang spoke, they would not easily admit defeat. Ling Xian shouted angrily at this time, Emperor, let's fight it out with them. I, Eldar, will definitely not lose to the human race. Admit defeat. He would never admit defeat. He looked at Bai Yi as if he wanted to devour him. Up until now, he had yet to determine a victor between him and the White Tiger Emperor. Ling Huang looked at the humans calmly. He could feel the emotions of Eldar behind him. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Submit. He, the Eldar, had been the #1 clan in the world ever since he was born. When had he ever fallen to such a state? Ben Huang is the first living being in the world. I, the Eldar, am also the #1 clan in the world. If it weren't for Ben Huang's guidance, your human race wouldn't have had the chance to be born. Now, you want me, Eldar, to submit to your human race? You're dreaming. Ling Huang's voice gradually became indifferent and cold. His eyes were already dyed with a faint crimson red. The Eldar mountains shook. A terrifying power rose from within. An ominous premonition caused Feng's expression to change. Do you really not care about the life and death of the Eldar? If the Eldar submit to the human race, what's the difference between that and destruction? In the past, when the Venerable One nurtured the dragon vein, he was the ancestor of all veins in the world. I had already set up a method in the dragon vein, but I didn't want to use it. But now, I have no choice but to use it. Ling Huang's expression was cold, and one could vaguely see madness. Dragon vein. That was the ancestor of all veins in the world. If the dragon vein existed, it would be filled with spirit energy. If the dragon vein was destroyed, even if all veins in the world didn't collapse, at least half of them would be lost. At this moment, the dragon vein trembled, the Eldar mountains trembled, and all veins in the world trembled. A vast amount of spiritual chi burst out from within, causing the weather to change. The endless murderous aura seemed to want to destroy everything. It wasn't just the humans whose expressions changed. Even most of the Eldar felt a great threat from this power. They would die. They would all die. Has he gone mad? In the core of the world, Qin Shujian couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Regarding the battle situation, he had no intention of interfering. Whether it was the Heavenly Fiend clan's sneak attack or the Eldar's defeat, Qin Shujian didn't interfere in any way. After all, it was a natural evolution of the world, and there was no need to interfere too much. However, he couldn't sit still anymore. It was very simple. The dragon vein was the ancestor of all veins in the world. If the dragon vein was destroyed, the spirit energy in the world would drop by at least 70 to 80%, and it would also cause the world to shake. Even Qin Shujian didn't expect this. Ling Huang actually set up a backup plan at the dragon vein without him knowing. It wasn't until the other party triggered it that he truly knew. This Ling Huang is really crazy. Zhu Tian's star map couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Crazy. He dared to detonate the dragon vein. A moment of carelessness could cause the world to be destroyed. Qin Shujian stood up and shook his head helplessly. He really doesn't let people be at ease. He didn't want to interfere in the matters of the myriad races, but in the end, he still had to do it himself. The current situation. If he didn't do anything, no one could stop Ling Huang. At that time, the world would definitely be severely damaged. If the world was damaged, Qin Shujian, as the ruler of the world, would also be affected quite a bit. So, he definitely couldn't let the dragon vein be destroyed. Otherwise, his hundreds of thousands of years of waiting would all be in vain. He would return to the time before liberation. Qin Shujian couldn't tolerate it. Below, the dragon vein shook, and the array formations were triggered one after another. It was about to explode completely. Sigh. A soft sigh entered everyone's ears like the sound of heaven and earth. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. The dragon vein regained its calm, and all the backup plans that Ling Huang had set up in the dragon vein disappeared in an instant. A look of surprise and joy appeared on Feng's face. He bowed in a certain direction. Welcome, Venerable One. Welcome, Venerable One. Ling Huang's expression also changed. Then, like the wind, he bowed. Venerable One. The expressions of the remaining people changed drastically. In the beginning, the name of the Venerable One was still circulating in the world. However, after hundreds of thousands of years of silence, no one remembered the existence of the so-called Venerable One. Those who truly remembered the existence of the Venerable One. Only people like Ling Huang, who had been the emperor of a race since the beginning. The remaining races. The emperor had changed many generations, so it was impossible for them to know much about him. Venerable One, the tiger emperor's heart trembled. Then, he thought of something and bowed in the same direction. However, the difference was that he didn't call him Venerable One, nor did he call him Emperor of Heaven. He only bowed silently. Bai Yi did the same. While many experts were bowing, purple energy surged in the sky and turned into stairs that descended. A green-robed man strode over and slowly landed in front of everyone. The moment they saw the green-robed man, the cultivators of the myriad races felt dazed for a moment. It was clearly an ordinary face, but it didn't seem real at all. Chapter 1092. The dragon vein is the ancestral vein of heaven and earth. It cannot be destroyed. I see that this is your first offense, so I will let you off. Otherwise, this matter will not be let off so easily. Qin Shujian looked at Ling Huang calmly. A simple glance. This made the Spirit Clan's emperor feel that his soul was trembling. Instantly, his body leaned forward a little more. Ever since Qin Shujian appeared, the furious thoughts in Ling Huang's heart had already dissipated, and his spirit had regained its clarity. He also felt a trace of lingering fear for what he had done just now. The dragon vein detonated. Not only were the humans present going to die, but the people of Eldar were also going to die. Both sides perished together. This was not what he wanted. This junior knows his mistake. Ling Huang admitted his guilt very straightforwardly. Qin Shujian nodded. Then, he glanced at Feng and then looked at the myriad races in the world. In this battle between the myriad races, the human race will win. Within 1,000,000 years, the myriad races will not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, I will personally take action and wipe them out. We will obey the Venerable One's orders. Everyone bowed and shouted in unison. When they raised their heads, they found that Qin Shujian had already disappeared. He came quickly. He also left quickly. The other party did not use any divine abilities, but he made many emperors submit. That sort of might was even more astonishing than if he were to use some sort of world-shaking technique. After all, even someone as strong as the human Emperor Ling Huang did not dare to show any dissatisfaction in front of the other party. Instead, he was absolutely respectful. Cultivators like them who were inferior to the human Emperor Ling Huang did not have the right to look down on that existence. He straightened up. Feng looked at Ling Huang with a faint smile on his face. Ling Huang, how is it? The Venerable One has already said that within 1,000,000 years, the human race will be the overlord of the myriad races. You, Eldar, must submit to the human race. This time, you win. The Spirit Emperor gave him a deep look before he left. Since Qin Shujian had already stepped forward, then he had nothing to say. He had lost. In that case, he would lose. In any case, the human race could only rule the other races for 1,000,000 years. All he needed to do was to accumulate his strength and wait for 1,000,000 years before making his move. By then, Eldar would be qualified to turn the situation around. Ling Huang was defeated. The rest was much simpler. As the last resistance force between the heavens and the earth, when they completely submitted to the human race began to prepare for the establishment of a heavenly court. Establishing the heavenly court. This was no small matter. Only after the heavenly court was established would it become the true master of all races. It would have the ability to control and make all races submit. On the other side, Qin Shujian returned to the core of the world. He didn't kill Ling Huang because he had some friendship with the other party. In addition, he hadn't completely caused a disaster yet. Otherwise, he would have killed Ling Huang with one slap. It would not be just a few verbal admonitions and warnings. With all the races united, it's time for the heavenly court to be established. Once the heavenly court is established, the world will enter a brand new stage. Qin Shujian muttered to himself. The heavenly court represented order. Before the heavenly court was established, the myriad races had no order at all. Only after the heavenly court was established would the myriad races have order and understand what rules were. When that time came, the heavenly court would enter a state of stable development. Only when the next great calamity arose would the peace be broken. However, it didn't matter to him. As long as the world wasn't severely damaged, he would cultivate here in peace. In front of the time formation, every day that passed was a profit. Qin Shujian could clearly feel that his strength was growing every day in terms of time in the outside world. For hundreds of thousands of years, his strength had increased a lot. Compared to hundreds of thousands of years ago, it wasn't as exaggerated as twice, but it was still 10% to 20% stronger. Don't underestimate the 10% to 20% increase. Based on Qin Shujian's current strength, an increase of 10% to 20% was almost comparable to a newly advanced Dao fruit. His strength. It was already comparable to the powerful ancient gods of the First Era. There was a huge gap between him and the Dao fruits of the Ordinary Era. If he could stay in the inner world for hundreds of millions of years and wait for the world to be further perfected, Qin Shujian was confident that he could directly suppress Hong Jun, who had not reached Dao integration. Even Hong Jun, who had reached Dao integration, was confident that he could contend against him. This kind of confrontation. It referred to the premise that he did not use all his trump cards. My strength is increasing, and their strength is also recovering. This gap might not be as big as I imagined. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. The previous Hong Jun was not at his peak. Once he recovered to his peak, the power he displayed would not be limited to just that. Not only that. That Dao ancestor also had many supreme treasures. He was missing a Taiji painting, but he still had the Pangu banner and the creation jade disc. Under such circumstances, Qin Shujian was not sure if Hong Jun still had other supreme treasures hidden in his hands, so he did not take them out easily. The creation jade disc is too powerful, more powerful than ordinary carnate supreme treasures. Only Luo, whose god-slaying spear, can deal with it. The two supreme treasures in my hands should be able to fight it together, but with the Pangu banner, it won't work. Ju Tian's star map and Godslayer. They could only be regarded as ordinary carnate supreme treasures, not the top ones. Not to mention, the creation jade disc was about to transform and break away from being a carnate supreme treasure. It was a terrifying existence that ordinary carnate supreme treasures could not compare to. Ju Tian's star map was a little indignant. Emperor of Heaven, if you collect more star cores for me, I am confident that I can deal with the creation jade disc. Forget it. Qin Shujian shook his head and said in a melancholy tone. There are still more star cores. Now, almost all the star cores in the universe have been eaten by you. In the end, they are just barely at the level of carnate supreme treasures. If he wanted more star cores, he would have to leave this universe. Or else, it was absolutely impossible. He was just saying. In fact, it was already very good to have two supreme treasures with him. Thinking back to the Third Era, the dignified Emperor of Heaven only had one supreme treasure in his hands. Moreover, that supreme treasure was destroyed in the Great Calamity later on. This era was so backward, but he could still obtain two divine weapons that were comparable to carnate supreme treasures. Qin Shujian was really satisfied. A weakness was a weakness. Anyway, the divine weapons had the possibility of growing in the future. Moreover, as long as his strength increased, he could still defeat all the experts without the help of the divine weapons. However, if it was an expert of the same level, there was still a big difference between having a divine weapon and not having one. Just like Luo Hu. If the demon ancestor did not have the god-slaying spear, he would not be a match for him at all. But with a divine weapon in hand, even if the opponent was not a match for him, he could still retreat calmly. And before he retreated, he could still fight for a long time. This was the difference between having a divine weapon and not having one. Chapter 1093. The Purple Cloud Sea. Since the establishment of the Purple Cloud's Palace, the Purple Cloud Sea had been yearned for by tens of thousands of races. Many powerhouses of the tens of thousands of races went to the Purple Cloud Sea, hoping to get the opportunities they wanted there. But The sea was vast and boundless. It was not easy to find the exact location of the Purple Cloud's palace. If it was in the past, the sea would be more troublesome. But now, all the beasts at the true immortal level were wandering around the Purple Cloud's palace. The strongest of the remaining beasts were at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Such strength! If it was in the 4 great continents a few decades ago, it would be difficult enough to deal with. But now, even the 10th level of the celestial being realm might not be able to be called a powerhouse. Only those who had reached the true immortal realm could be considered a true powerhouse among the tens of thousands of races. But the sea was vast. The preaching in the Purple Cloud's palace had not stopped, and there were also strange phenomena. If one followed the direction of the strange phenomena, they could also find the location of the Purple Cloud's palace. But when they arrived in front of the Purple Cloud's palace, they were stopped by the Purple Clouds. In the Purple Clouds, many people were rooted to the spot, their faces contorted as if they had fallen into an illusion. Long live my emperor! In the illusion, the south-guarding King Luo Feiyu saw himself sitting on the throne. The officials below bowed and worshipped, and their shouts shook the court. The scene in front of him was so real that he almost lost himself in it. No. This is all fake. Since I am the south-guarding king of the Great Zhao, how can I covet the throne? Luo Feiyu's expression changed, and then he bit the tip of his tongue hard. The pain forced him to wake up from the illusion. Then, he took another step forward, and then fell into a new illusion. Ascending to the throne, sweeping across the world, suppressing all races in the world. In the end, he sat on the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. But no matter what kind of illusion it was, Luo Feiyu did not fall into it. Instead, he moved forward unswervingly. Soon, he arrived in front of the Purple Cloud's palace. He stepped in and saw everyone sitting cross-legged, listening to the Daoist preaching the Great Tao. Seeing this, Luo Feiyu didn't dare to disturb him. He just went to an empty space and sat down cross-legged. After that, he silently listened to the lecture on the Grand Tao. He wanted to obtain something that he wanted from it. As the king of the south, his strength was not weak either. Long before the human clan left the eastern continent, they were already powerhouses in the celestial realm. However, in the current era where true immortals were revered, celestials were nothing. In the Great Zhao, there were more than 1 or 2 people who had broken through to the true immortal realm. Even though Dan Hao and Duan Zun of the 5 generals had successfully ascended to the true immortal realm, he was still stuck in the celestial realm. Later on, Luo Feiyu was the first to respond to Emperor Zhao's request for the people of the Great Zhao to enter the Purple Cloud's territorial waters to search for opportunities. Since he could not break through to the true immortal realm in the eastern continent, he could only search for opportunities in the Purple Cloud Sea. Not long after, other people walked past the Purple Clouds and entered the Purple Cloud Palace. Like Luo Feiyu, he did not disturb anyone. He only came to an empty space and sat down cross-legged, silently listening to Hong Jun's preaching. 1, 2, 3. When the lecture ended, Guiyu opened her eyes. She was stunned. Only then did she realize. Unknowingly, the Purple Cloud Palace was already overcrowded. Immediately after, a sense of joy welled up in her heart. The 10th level of the celestial realm, unknowingly, his cultivation base had quietly broken through to the 10th tier of the celestial being realm. One must know that when he had just arrived, he was only at the 3rd tier of the celestial being realm. In a single lecture, he had already crossed 7 minor levels. Such a rapid improvement. Even the sect master of the Jade Wave sect was caught off guard. The 10th level of the celestial realm, she was only a step away from becoming a true immortal. In addition, Guiyu found that her realm was very stable. There was no sign of rapid improvement at all. In this way, it would not be so difficult for her to ascend to the true immortal realm. Thank you for your lecture, Master. I can't thank you enough. Guiyu bowed to Hong Jun, the master of the Purple Cloud Palace. That was the previous title. Now that she was listening to his lecture, she had obtained his orthodoxy in a disguised way. It was normal for her to call him master. At this time, The others also woke up. Just like Gui Yu, they all lowered their heads and kowtowed, calling out the two words teacher. The lecture. Everyone had gained a lot. The worst one had reached the 6th level of the celestial realm, the peak of the saint realm. The rest were all mighty figures above the 7th level of the celestial realm. However, there were not many people like Gui Yu, who was at the 10th level of the celestial realm. Looking at the people below, Hong Jun said indifferently, since you can enter the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the lecture, you are considered to have entered the Purple Cloud Orthodoxy and are considered to be members of the Dao sect. In the future, you should take it as your responsibility to promote the Dao sect. Don't slack off. The next lecture will be in 3 years. At that time, if anyone can break through to the true immortal realm, you can be my disciple. Boom. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Their faces were filled with surprise. Taking in a disciple, this was not a small matter. It was different from listening to the lecture now. If they took the other party as their master, they would be considered to be his successor. The benefits they would get were definitely not comparable to simply listening to the lecture. However, the conditions for taking in a disciple were not low. In 3 years of lectures, they had to break through to the true immortal realm. This lecture took a total of 2 years. If the subsequent lectures also took 2 years, it would add up to 5 years. 5 years. It was extremely difficult to break through to the true immortal realm from the heavenly being realm. However, no one backed down because of that. The lecture this time had already let them taste the sweetness. If they could take the other party as their master, their future achievements would definitely not be as simple as a mere lower 3 heavens true immortal. Middle 3 heavens. Upper 3 heavens. They would all have a chance to touch it. As for whether they could break through to the true immortal realm, that was another story. Accept a disciple. Luo Feiyu was stunned. His heart was burning with passion. He had just come to listen to the lecture not long ago. At most, it had been 2 months. His realm had already completely consolidated above the heavenly being realm. If he could continue to listen to the lecture, breaking through to the true immortal realm would not be a problem. Therefore, Luo Feiyu also took the position of a disciple to heart. If he could join the Dao sect, it would be a great thing. All right. From now on, the Purple Cloud Palace will be closed for 3 years. 3 years later, the Purple Cloud Palace will open again. Those who are fated can come here to listen to the lecture. If anyone present can break through to the true immortal realm during the second lecture, you can become my disciple. Everyone, disperse. After Hong Jun repeated it, he simply waved his hand. The world spun. Before anyone could react, they found themselves outside the Purple Cloud Palace. When they looked at the Purple Cloud Palace again, the palace door was already tightly shut. Chapter 1094. The Purple Cloud Palace was closed for 3 years. Everyone who went to the Purple Cloud Palace returned the way they came. Anyone who entered the Purple Cloud Palace would more or less gain something. Even if they were the last to enter and heard a word or two of the Dao rhymes, they would have a small breakthrough in their realm. As a result, the reputation of the Purple Cloud Palace was completely spread. Even some of the weaker cultivators could understand that there was a shocking almighty living in the Purple Cloud Palace. So, after the Purple Cloud Palace was closed, the number of people who went to the Purple Cloud Sea increased. They all wanted to get the opportunity they wanted. But the problem was after the Purple Cloud Palace was established, all the ferocious beasts of the true immortal level were restricted to the Purple Cloud Palace. However, the number of ferocious beasts below the true immortal level was not small at all. Many of the cultivators who entered the Purple Cloud Sea died in the sea. The Purple Cloud Palace, why does this name sound so familiar? Doesn't our desolate great world also have a Purple Cloud Palace? Could it be that the two are related? It's hard to say, but I heard that the Purple Cloud Palace was destroyed by the thunder calamity. The players of the desolate great world were all stunned. The people of other worlds did not know the Purple Cloud Palace, but they were very familiar with it. After all, as a famous force in the desolate great world, the Purple Cloud Palace was not something that ordinary forces could compare to. Now, the Purple Cloud Palace of the desolate great world had just been destroyed, and there was another Purple Cloud Palace in the Great Thousand World. It was impossible not to arouse suspicion. Immediately, there were also players who shook their heads. It might not be the Purple Cloud Palace of our world. After all, one is a game and one is reality. How can the two be connected? Whether or not it can be connected, who can say for sure? What if it really can? That's true, it can even affect one's cultivation. If it really can be connected, it's not impossible. Some players had subtle expressions. Under normal circumstances, it was naturally impossible for the game and reality to be connected. However, this game was completely different. There was no name, no trace of the publisher, and it just appeared inexplicably and swept the entire world at an extremely fast speed. Suspicion was suspicion. However, there was no substantial evidence to prove that this Purple Cloud Palace was the Purple Cloud Palace of that world. 3 years. To the people of the great wide world, time was fleeting. Over the past 3 years, the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace traveled the world and spread the law everywhere, expanding the influence of the Purple Cloud Palace. At the same time, in Heaven Abyss, Luo, who had also established the Devil Palace, allowing its members to roam the world and expand its influence. It was finally time for the 2 Dao fruit experts of the First Era to display their extraordinary strength. However, the expansion of the two forces did not have much of an impact on the Heavenly Court. In the end, among the 3 Dao fruits, Qin Shujian was still the strongest. Even Hong Jun would not be willing to fight with Qin Shujian before he recovered from his injuries. To put it bluntly, the Heavenly Courts were too powerful. If they fought recklessly, they would only harm themselves. At a time like this, it was naturally best to develop his strength steadily. Heavenly Court. Heavenly Palace. 3 years in the Great Wide World was equivalent to 600,000 years in the inner world. 600,000 years. According to the rules of the Great Wide World, it was enough for a few true immortals to die of old age. It had evolved over a long period of time. His inner world was completely different from before. It's about time. In the core of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian stretched his body, which was rare. For 600,000 years. He had been staying in the core of heaven and earth, silently comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. His strength was also steadily increasing. As his body moved, the huge core of heaven and earth began to vibrate gently. But soon, the vibration calmed down. Then, Qin Shujian scanned the place with his divine sense. He immediately observed the entire inner world. In 600,000 years, the human race has truly become the overlord force of the inner world. Before the next great tribulation comes, almost no race will be qualified to threaten the human race. Moreover, with the current strength of the human race, even if they are really targeted, 1 or 2 great tribulations won't be a big problem. 600,000 years had passed since the human race established the Heavenly Court. For 600,000 years. The number of true immortals in the human race had completely left the myriad races behind. Not only that, in hundreds of thousands of years, some races had truly submitted to the human race, allowing the human race to grow stronger. In comparison, the other races had been suppressed by the human race. Even Eldar, who was strong enough to compete with the human race in the past, had not improved much. Inside, it was not without the factor of being suppressed. Zhu Tian's star map said, "How long does the Emperor of Heaven think it will take for a Dao fruit-level existence to appear in the inner world? Maybe in the next breath, or maybe in 1,000,000 years." Qin Shujian's expression was calm. Dao fruit. How could it be so easy to achieve? There were already a few half-step Dao fruit existences in the inner world. They were only a step away from the Dao fruit level. However, this step was about the right time, place, and people. If they had enough opportunities, they could quickly break through the barrier and break through to the half-step Dao fruit level. However, if they didn't have enough opportunities, the The difficulty of advancing to the Tao fruit level was even greater than the difficulty of advancing from the basic realm to the 9th level of immortal. However, right now, the human emperor of the human race is the most likely person to advance to the Tao fruit level. He has the providence of the heavenly court on him, so his chances of breaking through are much higher than others. After saying that, Qin Shujian stood up, looked around the huge core of the inner world, and sighed slightly. I've stayed in this place for a long time. It seems like it's time to go back. 600,000 years. For his era, it was an unprecedentedly long period of seclusion. If it weren't for the memory of the Third Era, Qin Shujian would have had problems in this dry space of time. Emperor of Heaven, don't you plan to continue your seclusion? There's no need for that. Qin Shujian said. Just now, the inner world had completed another moderate upgrade and reached the same level as the Great Thousand World. In other words, the current growth of the inner world was not inferior to the Great Thousand World. Similarly, the moment the two worlds were truly at the same level, the time formation set up by the Great Thousand World would be useless. Unless he could continue to set up the time formation if he could find an existence of a higher level than the river of time in the Great Thousand World. Otherwise, the flow of time in the inner world would be the same as the Great Thousand World. At this point, the time formation would officially lose its effect. There was no need to continue staying in the core of the inner world. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,